Oh my God, it's finally here. The following program does not have a normal intro because I was really too busy smoothing other things over to get it done. So, Ori, good evening, everybody. Welcome to a special edition of the following program with your host, Joe Neerman, aka Good Lawgic. I hope you're as amped as I am. I hope you are as amped as I am. This is a day I've had circled on my calendar for, I don't know, since I think I was at my bar mitzvah, and they were like, what day are you looking forward to in the future that you think is going to be like a very significant day in your life? And I had the prescience and awareness of mind even back then to say, I think that September 10th, 2024 is going to be a very significant day. It is what that was part of my speech. If you missed it, if there's no video, you can't prove that didn't happen. Anyway, very excited for tonight. Very excited to see how Donald holds up, how Kamala holds up. This is the one and only opportunity for these two presidential candidates to make their case to America. Should there be more debates? Obviously. Will there be more debates? Obviously not. Now, if Kamala completely tonight, we can fully expect that she's going to say, I want another debate. But if she doesn't, she's going to be like, I won. That's what's going to happen. I think both sides are probably going to claim victory. Chances are very, very high that both sides will claim victory after this evening is over. And what I plan on doing tonight is, over the next couple of hours, I really want to break down with you fine folks here, as far as what do you anticipate that we'll see tonight? What do you think is going to happen? What do you expect to? What are the big yard markers that you're hoping for? That as far as Trump landing some, are you looking for zingers? Are you looking for the fumbles? Those are two different things. A zinger is really when one guy, or I guess in this situation, gal, manages to just kaya, as opposed to the fumbles, which is when they basically look like Biden in the last debate. So I think that people are anticipating, if you check with Vegas is anticipating that she's far more likely to stumble than Trump. We should not put the cart before the horse because, let's face it, Trump is not a spry 75 anymore. He's getting up there. He's not a spry 75 anymore. He's gone through, over the last 7 years, more than most people, more than what hits most people over several lifetimes. So between all the lawfare he's faced and all the criticism that he's faced and the constant scrutiny of everything that he's ever said, done, or even not said and supposedly said, he's been dealing with a lot, and that's going to definitely strain that's going to age you. And we see how the presidency has that impact, that it just sort of, you can see the withering of and the toll it has on people who are tasked with that mission. So, yeah, he's not a young man. And the reason I mention this is to point out to you that, we have to be concerned. They're trying to knock his age. Now that Biden is out of it, they're trying to say he's too old. And I think that if he does stumble at all, the left will be going nuts that's indicative of his infirmity and inability to serve as the next commander-in-chief. They're going to be looking for that. They will be looking for any sort of stumbles that he said. In general, they're always looking to hyper-criticize him. We know that. But they're going to be looking for that specifically. They're going to be looking for him to look like he's losing his train of thought, to be mumbling, to look weak and tired. They're going to be looking for anything they can to show his relative lack of fitness compared to the more youthful Kamala Harris, youthful, inexperienced, and incompetent Kamala Harris. So how do you overcome that? Well, you overcome it by basically saying, hey, this guy over here isn't cut out for the job. And that's what they're hoping. That's what they're hoping they can sell to Americans. Now, and I agree with you, Dustin the Win, that Trump is funny and Kamala is annoying, but he's not looking to win your vote or my vote. He's not looking to win our votes. No, he's looking to win over people who may not have been following politics at all for the last 3 years. They just sort of take a vacation and come back every 4 years. They used to be called normies. Now I call them abnormies because I don't know how it is that people stay out of politics for 3 years with all the way politics keeps getting thrown in your face day after day. It's almost like, to me, I'm like, you have to be sticking your head in the sand. I understand that most people are not going to want to deal with it on a day-by-day basis the way I will. That too is normal. You need a break away from this sort of thing every once in a while just because it's exhausting. It's exhausting. I get that. But to basically disappear for 3.5 years until the next election cycle, how does anyone manage to do that? How are you tuning out all the rhetoric? Do you just not follow the news at all? Do you go straight to the sports pages or the gossip column and just say, I'm not reading anything about laws that are passing or stuff like that? How do you miss what's happening in our culture? How do you miss what's on TV day after day? How do you miss the things that are impacting your job and your food prices? How do you miss all this? How deep in the sand do you? I don't think that's a normie. I don't think it's a normie. I think it's purposefully tuning out. It's playing ostrich. You have to work hard to be like, I don't know anything about these candidates. I don't know anything about that. How do you not? How do you not? These are the questions I have. These are the questions that I have. Anyway, as far as where I'm anticipating them going and where I expect them to be at, if you're Trump, you obviously want to make the entire focus here. You want to try and fixate exclusively on the border and the economy. I would think. That's definitely where you're going to make your bread and butter. The border and the economy. That's where she's weak. And fortunately for him, those are the two most significant factors going into the election. If you're Kamala Harris and trying to win an election legitimately, you need to be asking yourself, how is it possible? I'm tied to this loser administration. And we can sit here pretending and gaslighting that your bills haven't gone up. Eggs are $5 a dozen. Milk is $5 a gallon. These were $2 and $3 just 4 years ago. They were $2 and $3 a piece. And everything you're making has, eggs or milk. What isn't? What I just don't understand. I don't understand. Maybe vegans have it cheaper. I don't know. You're looking forward to this. I am also very, very much looking forward to this. So that doesn't. We didn't even start touching on gas prices, and the impact that has on anyone who's commuting anywhere. And travel's gone through the roof. The economy affecting the ability for young people to ever even have a dream of being a homeowner. Now she tries fixing this, but her recommendations for how she's going to fix it sound childishly stupid. Just childishly stupid. Saying we're going to give first-time home buyers $25,000. It's just stupid. Everyone knows all that's going to do is just raise the price of houses by $25,000. It's not doing anything. You're doing nothing. You're doing nothing. This is technically not even true, Paulie D. There have been votes that have been cast. There have been votes that have been cast. I was on a space earlier today. Earlier today, which was talking about the SAVE Act. And I didn't talk very much. It was a lot of people. It was being hosted by George Santos, who I understand that his name is a joke. I get that. But he actually has intelligence and conducts some interesting spaces. And I'm going to share with you. I want to spend a few moments talking with you about the topic of conversation, which was basically, about the SAVE Act, which part of what the SAVE Act is asking for, in case you're not following this story, is that it should be a national requirement of having voter ID. So if we think about what the debate is here, you have the Republicans are saying we want to have voter ID so that we can make sure that their claim is, I know the left will say they're lying, they're just racist, but their claim is that they want to ensure the integrity of our elections, that the people who are voting are people who actually have a right to vote. The Democrats, on the other hand of the aisle, their claim is, no, it's racist because voter ID is meant to keep out people who don't have an ID, which by and large is going to be lower class people. When I say lower class, I mean socio-economically lower class. It's going to keep out poor people, minorities, and that is designed to keep people out from voting who are Americans and have a right to vote. Okay. So these are the two different concerns: keeping out Americans who are unfair from voting, or maintaining the integrity of our elections, that there's not going to be cheating. So the point that I made during the 5-minute hailstorm that I dropped on them in that Twitter space, which I was planning on replaying here, but what I saw is for one reason or another, he didn't make it replayable after it ended. Otherwise, I just would have replayed it for you. But I saw it only had a couple of thousand views. So I'm sure several of you who are watching this did not get a chance to hear what I said there. And I think these are important points to make. So Democrats say they're concerned that people will not have an ID and that you're talking about a certain class of people who are likely to vote Democrat, whether they're the poor, whether they're minorities. I guess maybe they're women who are. I guess their concern is that women lose things a lot, so they're going to lose their ID. Whether they're college kids who basically only have fake IDs, whatever it is that their concern is, but their concern is that their base is not going to be able to vote. The reality is this: most people have an ID. The overwhelming majority, we're talking 99% of the population has an ID. Everyone understands this. Has a picture ID that you can identify who it is that is coming in there. 99%. It's much more than 99%. So when you're talking about what is the Democrats' concern, their huge concern is how many people are we talking about in a given state that don't have a voter ID? How many are we talking about here? 500 people? 1,000 people? 5,000 people? Is that what we're talking about here? I think at the most that there's 5,000 people who would actually want to vote, who cannot vote because they don't have an ID. Now, why don't they have an ID? Either they're too incompetent, they're too lazy. One of those, it's got to be they're too incompetent to actually go get an ID, or they're too lazy to go get an ID. So now they're too lazy to go get an ID, and we want to accommodate them, or I guess they're too clumsy and they lose their ID, right? But how many people are we talking about? We're talking about like a few thousand people. You might recall that in 2020, when there were claims of election fraud and actual exposure of election fraud, what was the thing we kept hearing about? What did we keep hearing about? We kept hearing, oh, that's not outcome determinative numbers. It's a few hundred people. It's a few dozen people here, fraud. All right, but that's not outcome determinative. It's not outcome determinative. It's not outcome determinative. That's what we kept hearing about when you're talking about such low numbers of people. It's not outcome determinative. Why that's not meaningful. That's completely insignificant. And what were those numbers? Those numbers were like 500 people, 1,000 people. That's what you keep telling us, that that's not outcome determinative, that it's insignificant, it's immaterial when it comes to the fraud. But when it comes to the 500 people who don't have a freaking ID, all of a sudden, like, oh my God, the calamity, they're not going to be able to vote. You're trying to suppress the vote. You're trying to suppress. No one cares about suppressing the vote. It's a matter of just saying, hey, look, your big concern here is for a very, 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 very tiny portion of the American populace. And we have to recognize this. There is a massive incentive for both sides of the aisle to cheat. We can't just establish and just assume trust. There is a massive, massive incentive for both sides of the aisle to cheat. And we've seen that many states have very low interest in actually vetting out cheating. We saw that because when we had all the mail-in ballots from 2020, what happened there? It's like you would think that historically, for absentee ballots, 7% would be rejected because of lack of signature verification. Like a 7%. Well, and what were the numbers of rejected ballots in 2020 when you had people who were first-time voters? You have 7% when most of the people who are mailing it in are used to doing it. Now you had all these first-time mail-in voters, and the rejection rate was much, much, much less than 1%. What does that mean? It means they're not rejecting anyone. It means anyone can send in a ballot. So now what they did here was they created a perfect storm to enable cheating. They allow, over the last 4 years, 11 million, 12 million, by some estimates, 20 million people to stream across the board over the last 4 years. Then they refuse to clean up the voter rolls. So they basically say, oh, no. All these people who died, moved out of the states, are no longer here for one reason or another, that we're not going to take them off. We're going to have all these extra that we know that there's thousands, tens of thousands of excess ballots that the people that they're not actually eligible voters, who we are going to treat as if they are eligible voters and pretend that they have a right to vote, even though they're dead, even though they moved away. And we're not going to clean up our voter rolls at all. Then what we're going to do, we're going to take our ballots and just start mailing them all out, all over the country, all over our state. And we're going to just send them out to anyone who's listed as an eligible voter, meaning including the thousands of people who we decided not to take off of our ballot, of our voter ballot rolls, of our voting rolls. So we know we're sending out thousands of excessive ballots that should not be coming back into us because those people are not really eligible. We just didn't want to bother ourselves to actually clean off our what our voting rolls should look like. So we're intentionally mailing out ballots to countless people who should not be getting a ballot, legitimate ballots, that these people should not be getting a ballot. And then we're not going to bother vetting it when it comes back in here. And we're going to say, oh, okay, this is perfect signature. This is a perfect signature. This is a perfect signature. Everything is totally fine. And then we're going to count the ballots in closed rooms behind locked doors and tell you what happens. And we'll spend not hours. We'll spend days and days counting, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 votes, 200,000 votes. We're able to count the first 9 million in an hour and a half, and the last 200,000. All of a sudden, that takes us 4 days to do that. When we happen to know what it is, what outcome we need, how many votes we need to actually change the outcome of the election, and anyone who comes and questions the outcome that we give them, it's like, oh, you're an election denier. Oh, you're a terrible, terrible person. Well, you don't trust the elections. when we know that these elections are being run by people who are hyper partisan and shoving the GOP watchers away and saying you can't be within 100 yards of here when you're in Philadelphia, when you're in Detroit, when you're in Atlanta. They actually have to go to court if you're from the GOP to actually have someone watching them count the ballots. So you have this perfect storm to enable cheating. A perfect storm to enable cheating. And then you want to tell me, and now what are we talking about? We're not talking about cheating of like 1,000 votes or 2,000 votes. We're talking tens, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of votes that are very, very easily corrupted without anyone even trying to print out their own ballots, without anyone manufacturing their own ballots. There's actually thousands of legal ballots that are just floating around out there that we just intentionally send out because that's what we want to do in order to pretend that we have all these potential eligible voters while we know that we have a percentage that's at least 3%, 5%, sometimes 7% lower than what our voting rolls say. And then they come back in here and we're not even bothered checking them. And we're just going to count them behind closed doors and tell you what the result is 3 days from now. And you want to sit here and then say to us, oh, how dare you question it? So your concern is, oh my gosh, maybe 500 people are not going to get to vote. Well, where you're creating exposure for literally tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of fake ballots to basically come pouring on in here with no oversight at all. Quite the contrary. In certain states, like in Michigan, they actually make it illegal for anyone other than the people who are in power, the Democrats who are in power, to actually question the legitimacy of those votes. And then people want to say, well, you know, the left has their position, the right has their position. It's like, are you kidding me? Those are not comparable claims. That you're worried about the 500,000 people over there, 5,000 people? You create this entire perfect storm for election fraud, and then you want to come on in here and start saying, oh, no. You have your claims, we have our claims. No, you don't have claims. You have no freaking claims. When you say we don't want voter ID, you have no claims. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's like a bathtub of water versus an ocean. A loss of water of a bathtub versus a freaking lake there. How do you even compare this? It's a joke. So anyone who comes forward and says, "Oh yeah, both sides have claims," they're not arguing from a place of intellectual integrity. Because at the end of the day, here's the reality. As I said last week, and I'll probably say several more times over the next couple of months, if you do not have an election that has integrity, and not simply integrity, not simply that the outcome is actually correct, but transparency of integrity, that the public knows and trusts that it is correct. It's verifiable that it's correct, rather than just being told it's correct. If you do not have that, you do not have elections. There's no election. All you have is people making a choice and then telling the public how they voted. It's no different from Russia. It's no different from North Korea. It's no different from China or Hamas. And all you're doing is you're trying to create this fig leaf veneer over the naked theft of power with the fig leaf veneer of legitimate elections. So for these 500 or 1,000 or 5,000 people that you want to basically say, oh, we can't have voter ID because they're not going to be able to vote. For those people, you're literally taking the votes of 300 million Americans and saying, throw it in the garbage. It's useless because nobody can trust it. Nobody can trust it, no matter who wins. Anyway, so I want to get that off my chest because I think it's important for everyone to understand how significant it is for us to have transparency and integrity of our elections, and how far away we are from that. How utterly far away we are. Hopefully, over the last couple of years, there have been some laws that have been coming to light to try and legitimize and strengthen and bolster so we can start believing in our elections again. But we got a ways to go. Jackal's a terror agentum. It's been a while since I've seen you, brother. This flooding the voter roll with zombies and aliens is that's as old as the first republics themselves, and the corrupt never learn. No, it's not the corrupt. It's those who are victims of the corrupt. They do learn. They do learn. And this is not a new thing, by the way. No one should think this is a new thing. Go look up Tammany Hall in New York and the corruption that was happening there a century ago. Literally more than a century ago. This is not a new thing. It's just in certain ways much easier today. It's not at all a new thing. It's been happening in Philadelphia for years, decades. Dread Clown says, in 2016, my country gave me a first-time home buyer grant of $20,000 as a loan that was forgiven if I live in the property for 5 years. So first-time home credits do kind of work. It's a loan that if you live there for 5 years, which means you have to be paying off your mortgage for 5 years. And yeah, I understand what you're saying as far as that it makes it what it does is it ultimately kicks the can down the road. Because when you're getting it in that circumstance, the homeowners are not assuming that they're going to have one of you come along. Meaning, it's when you say everyone who's buying houses that when you're making a broad sweeping grant, that's when the housing prices go up. I mean, look, can it make it a little easier as far as like you'll just end up taking out more debt and more debt? Because I recognize this. I mean, here's a fair point that I think you're sort of touching on, Dread Clam, which is if you have a house that costs $300,000 and you get a $25,000 grant from the government, in that case, so now I'm saying they're going to just raise the price to $325,000. So you can respond back to me that the result of that is that, yeah, okay, fine. But now that 25 I'll be able to use towards my down payment, and I'll just take out an extra $25,000 in debt. So instead of me borrowing, because normally you're paying 10% down. So instead of me taking out, not knowing how I'm going to come up with 30,000, now I need to come up with only 5,000, right? Because on 10% of 300,000, let's just say initially it was 300,000. You're going to borrow 270, and you're going to put a down payment of 30. So now you got to be able to come up with the 30,000. So what you're basically saying to me is, okay, so if instead of that, you tell me I'm going to have to pay $325, and my down payment is now going to be $32,500, and now I don't need to come up with 30,000. I need to come up with 7,500, and I'll just, instead of having only 270 in debt, I'll have 295 in debt. Okay, 292 and a half technically, if you're doing the math more precisely. So you'd be like, I'm okay. I'll take the extra $22,000 in debt and pay that over decades. That's a fair point. It's a very, I don't know how many billions, trillions of dollars are we going to have to invest in that? You know what I'm saying is, if you think that this is like something that's going to help homeowners. All right. To me, I think it's just gonna, you're literally just jacking up the price. Like vaccines, voter ID is effective, though a very small number won't be able to partake. Yeah, well said. People may not know this, but this dude over here had the number 1 points this week in the Good Lawgic Fantasy Football League. Well done, Unburdened. I don't know. I looked at your team and I was not that impressed. And then I look at week 1 and I'm like, I don't even know anything about football anymore. I don't know what the heck I'm seeing anymore. Dude rocked it. Totally kicked it out of the park. All right. What do you guys think? Well, you think it's too late? You think it's too late for me to do that? I could do that like this, like that, like that. I could do that like that. So I want to break down for you some conversations. In fact, what I'm going to do is I want to actually hear from some of you. We have an hour and a half, so I think I'm going to spend the next half hour I want to have conversations with you, and I'm going to ask you. I'm going to start with this question. What strategy do you think Kamala is going to take tonight? Do you think she's going to double down about Biden and his policies and try to claim that this was all great? Or do you think she's going to try and distance herself from the Biden administration, say, I was vice president, the right loves claiming that I was president, I was not president, he's the president, and try and distance herself from the failures and struggles that Americans are all feeling today? Because I actually expected her to try and distance herself and just say, look, I'm vice president. If you understand how our government works, I'm not the one who signs bills. I'm not the one who's assigning our cabinet or picking who's in charge. I'm not the one who's setting policy. And I think he made a lot of great decisions that were beneficial to America, but I would have done things differently. That's what I would say if I was Kamala. She hasn't really said that at all so far. But I'm wondering if you were Kamala, and you were her, well, you wouldn't want to be Kamala. If you were part of her team trying to figure out how to come forward here in a way that's likely to land best, I'm wondering what strategy you would use. I'd like to hear from you on that. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go into I'm going to open up the phone lines. And we'll put this in both. I have locals open, by the way. So I'm going to give them a moment to call in here first. Why is this not? What? I should have locals open. The guy. Right now, locals is open. I'm sorry, locals. I don't know what happened there. You think she's gonna bring up knee pads? That's the best strategy. What coats with Kamala putting on tonight? I don't know. I'm looking for the word salad. I want to see the word salad. I really want to see it. Anyway, number to call is 972-454-0703. Again, in case you're like, wait, he said that way too fast. It's 972. That's what I said. 454-0703. Spend the next half hour taking calls because I want to get some of your thoughts. 972-454-0703. Let me put that over in Rumble before the ghetto starts getting all mad at me, because they will. They will revolt on me. There you go. But I am curious as to if there's a better strategy to go with. She's really got problems. She's really got problems. And she's trying to massage. She's got problems, first and foremost, because she's not an effective leader. But even her team of people there, it's like they tried. This is what we saw happen over the course of the summer. First, there was the whole time period that they're trying to get rid of Joe Biden. Then they managed to finally force his hand, and they get the right people to threaten him into walking away at the risk of being 25th amendmented. And then all of a sudden, we started hearing all this talk about what a phenomenal administration he had, how great he was. Oh my God, this is just historic. Landmark. This is like Mount Rushmore. This is one of the top 5 administrations of all time. One of the top administrations of all time. I don't know what you're talking about here. This was perfect. And we're sitting here, and I'm basically trying to just understand what on earth they're talking about. And I realized, oh, okay, they just want they want the public to actually swallow this because they recognize that his record is going to be tied to her. And now, why are they saying it now? They're saying it. They know she's. Hold on 1 second. I didn't share. I'm gonna bring him in here. I mentioned I threw up that I have a call-in number here tonight, and I do. But what I did not do is I didn't add the voice in here. So I'm gonna add him in here now. And okay, now you guys should be able to hear him. Joe, how are you, brother?
I'm doing good. How's everybody? How about that fantasy football?
Oh, shut up.
No, I had no idea my kicker was going to put up 21 points.
Oh, my God. I
don't know what I'm doing. That was very crazy.
That was crazy.
All the money's made on the waiver wire, unless you bought McAfee or whatever. Mm-hmm. Mr. I can't play football. Anyway.
So talk to me debate.
Let's talk about the vice president. All I think she can do that's going to gain her any traction is to call Trump a liar, tell lies of her own, that, yes, she might have said something, but she hasn't held that position for a long time, and just characterize Trump as a liar, pants on fire. That's the best she's got.
So you don't think she's going to give any policy at all?
Why? If she can get under Trump's skin and get him to go off, because it's about the center. You've got the anti-Trumpers and the Trumpers. So what we're really asking is, what are either of these candidates going to say to get those maybes to go their way?
Right.
And so my thinking is, the best way to get Trump to help you do that is to make him upset and unreasonable. Which we saw, the muted mics made him seem more reasonable than usual, made him seem more presidential, more mature.
Yes.
Now, if he starts speaking, he might not speak out of turn because the mics are muted, but if he says wacky things and goes off half-cocked and sounds like a Looney Tune, and she can tell a lie.
Well, she can. His team seemed to recognize that the muted mics are to his benefit, because when she wanted to take that out, and his team said, no, that's what we agreed to with Biden, and that's what we're going to have. So his team wisely did not bend on that, recognizing that those are guardrails which keep his mouth from shooting off at times that may not play so well. And especially because, you have to be pragmatic and recognize that if he does that against a woman, it doesn't play nearly as well. You remember with Mike Pence up there that she was like, I'm speaking, with that stupid smug type of thing, which basically made you just want to just every hair in my body stood up on end when she did that. But at the same time, it's sort of putting him in his place, and it was effective for her, I think.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to respond. Was you and I cringed, but those who were left of center went, you know what? He really shouldn't be interrupting her.
Right.
And like you say, effective.
And it doesn't, and especially when it's a man interrupting a woman, it plays into that whole negative stereotype about male toxicity and all that other nonsense that the left has been trumpeting forever, and it plays to her advantage. So those guardrails that keep him in check from being able to step all over her, I think, are actually to a massive benefit for Trump. And the question
Agreed.
is, so now the question becomes, what if so she's going to call him a liar. Okay, fine. But at the same time, the polling from the New York Times, do you think that has any impact on how they approach this?
No. Maybe for Kamala's camp.
But
Trump he's supremely confident.
Okay.
Trump is going to be Trump because Trump wins and Trump works, and he'll be the first to tell you that.
Right.
Kamala's the one searching for a vehicle.
And that's my question is, do you think this poll will make her, because what we've seen from them so far is she's been very reluctant to give out policies. And basically they've been trying to tell America, you're very happy, things are going great for you, this is an historic administration, the economy is getting better, everything is groovy, everything is great. That's what the messaging over the summer was. The poll that came out from the New York Times was basically like, Americans are not happy, they think we need a change, and they don't think that Kamala is change. They think Trump is change. So given that context, Mike, I'm curious whether you and other people who are watching are of the opinion that she may take a different strategy here tonight and basically try claiming that she is change and that she's going to be in certain significant ways diverging from the Biden administration's path.
Yeah, she's gonna claim all of the victories as her own, and all of the failures as not hers.
Well, the failure she'll blame on Trump. The failure she'll blame on Trump, right?
Yeah, yes. Success has 1,000 fathers, and failure is an orphan. So from her chair, everything that went right was to her credit, and everything that went wrong, she was powerless to fix. Mm-hmm. The thing is, how is she going to package that in a way that's going to move the middle to the left, and help and get Trump to say zany things? Because unfortunately, what drives me bananas about Trump is it's like, dude, if you stick to this script here, we have all of the rational, logical points to simply defeat her on the merits. And he doesn't do that. He starts down that road, and then he turns into a bull in a china shop. Now, with the muted mics greatly reduced, and again, I think that's going to be to his benefit. But if she can get him talking crazy talk, and he sounds less reasonable when he is speaking, and so her game in my crystal ball is to get under his skin, call him a liar, call him a sexist, rapist, bigoted, all of those things, to make the center left go to her and get him to push him.
If that's her approach, I think that's a failing approach. I don't think that's enough.
Well, she doesn't have the facts.
I mean, I know she doesn't have the facts, but I think that's a loser approach. I don't think that approach.
Yeah.
I don't think that approach.
It's a pound the table approach.
Yeah, that approach. Yeah. That approach. That would be ignoring the polls, and that approach I think is losing. I'd be happy with her taking that approach because I think that approach is ultimately a loser. But
well, we'll see. I mean, they don't call me for advice either.
Right.
I'm just another dude on the internet going, I can't believe I'm watching this crap.
Yeah.
Really?
And that's when you watch my show.
Her?
Oh wait.
I'm stuck on your show for 4 years now, 5 years.
3 years. I've actually been doing it 3 years, but I think you were stalking me a year before that. So
I was with you in the car when your mic was bouncing on the zipper.
Yes, that was my earliest video days. Yes.
And I yelled at the monitor, "Oh my God, get a real mic! Oh my God, get it off the zipper!" Hey, it was great yakking. Thank you, Joe.
All right, have a great night, my brother.
Be good, man. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, 972-454-0703 is the number to call in if you're interested in sharing with me your thoughts as to what strategies they plan on taking tonight. I'm very curious what strategy. If you were Kamala's advisor, what would you want her to do? What do you think is a winning message for her that she's able to carry? Because let's face it, she looks really scared. She looks really scared. I didn't play for you all, but that she looked.
Call from.
Really now.
Really now.
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm great. How are you, brother?
Doing pretty good. I had to mute the video real quick. So sorry about that.
That's all right.
I wanted to get your opinion on what you think they're going to do after the debate, because Kamala already tweeted out a couple hours ago that she's sticking with the 25,000 down. And even Mark Cuban came out and said that's going to tank all of her polls. So I'm kind of curious what they're going to do after the debate, because I don't see her getting up there and actually going through the entire debate and her poll numbers going up. She'll be lucky if they stay even.
Well, look, I said in the beginning of August, as soon as she was named. And I said, you're going to see her numbers rise and rise through the DNC. And then in September, we'll see them start to fall. And then she's going to hit her high water mark. And I'll tell you right now, I've been calling this for a while. We don't know what's going to happen in October. Crazy things can happen. Over a span of 6 weeks, we went from Joe Biden being the greatest president ever to him being thrown out of the race and Trump being shot in the head. So, crazy things have happened already. And everyone's expecting even crazier things to happen over, as we get into, late September, early and into October. And that could have a significant impact. But
I also think something crazy is going to happen first.
Given how everything's been going down, if something crazy doesn't happen, just normal standard election cycle, I think it's going to be a blowout for Trump. I think he's going to wallop her. I think he's going to get 350 electoral votes. I don't think it's going to be close. I think that states like New Jersey are going to slip red. That's how bad things are looking for her right now. And that's why I think she smells it. I think the Democrats all smell it and they're terrified. And that's why this is her one chance to try and course correct. If you were her strategy, what would you tell her to do?
That's what kind of caught me off guard, because she just tweeted out a couple hours ago she was doubling down on something even Mark Cuban said was a bad idea. And I was like, she's not listening to nobody.
Yeah, I mean, well, I want to check out that tweet there that you're referencing. You say Mark Cuban sent out a tweet saying that that's the disastrous policy?
He did an interview. I'm trying to remember who it was with, and he was talking about how he had spoken to her, and he had said that it was a bad idea and she was coming around on it. And that's pretty much all he really said. And then she just tweeted out a little while ago that everybody's getting $25,000 for a new house for first-time home buyers.
Well, if someone wants to share that with that clip of that, I haven't seen it yet. If someone wants to share that,
I'll see if I can find it. It's from a couple of days ago, and I'll try to do a better job of tagging you in it this time than I did last time.
Or you could send to me in a DM. My DM is I'll check my message requests if I haven't added you as someone I can talk to. All right.
All right, and I'm going to hit you with one last question, then I want to hang up because your face isn't matching your voice and it's driving me nuts.
It's not.
Well, it's not on the screen. I got a delay from the video.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, fine.
Yeah, but how is your ungagged Trump going? Because it looks like there's a lot of support. That judge is losing. So I'm wondering if you're making any progress with that and what the end goal is with it now, with all that stuff up in the air about that case.
I'm still in the waiting game with New York's highest court, which is the Court of Appeals. I'm still waiting for them to even make a decision whether or not they're taking the case. They've been slow walking us as much as they possibly can. I actually meant to talk to Ron Baruti about basically writing them that this is ridiculous. You can't sit and wait 6 months on this and try and make a decision at that point. What the hell is the point at that?
Especially by the time it's done, the election is going to be over, and that's the whole point. Yeah.
So I'm gonna talk to him. I'm glad you reminded me. I'm gonna talk to him about trying to follow up with the Court of Appeals and have them look, just as they say in France, dump or get off the pot. It's what, either take it or don't. And then if you take, just make it sit. It's not like there's new arguments. There's no new arguments. I made my legal arguments. They made their legal arguments. Just tell us what you think about the First Department's decision and shine your nick. We're done. Okay, fine. And just make a stinking decision. But they're just slow walking us. So
yeah, they're probably taking as much time as they possibly can. But all right, man, I'll open it up to somebody else. But it's good talking to you.
You too, my friend. Have a great night. Enjoy the debate.
You too.
All right, 972-454-0703 is the number to call if you want to check in here. Hey, I'm talking here. Thank you, Proxy Loxy, for the super sticker. I appreciate love like that. It's like, hey, look, Joe, I just want you to know I appreciate you being here, and I'm just gonna send you a nice little tip. I appreciate that.
Call from
Kiki Lee.
Kiki Lee.
Hey, Joe. How's it going?
Awesome. How you doing?
Good.
Let me get to a couple of these chats real quick before I talk to you, okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Kamala will sell with as little substance as possible. So you're saying it's going to be word salad. I hope she does the word salad, because She's become a joke for her word salad. That's what Trenton Paul is saying. Joey V says, no, that should be named winner. We know better. Well, Biden wasn't named winner, so who knows? TextVet says, Joe, member for 6 months. Let's go. Love the days I can get you live. Don't worry. I have a doppelganger continuing to dig. You damn well better. You damn well better. And Barracuda says, we'll send link for Shane Gillis on Trump if you want. I'm not going to, if it's something that's not going to get me dinged, then yeah, I have time for that. TextVet says, as a strategy, I think her only saving grace is the same strategy as Trump. Make the opponent come across in a bad light. That's why the mic mute screwed them. I think she's going to try and push his buttons and make him go bully. I think that's probably true. And he just has to be reminded, just keep yourself calm and you cannot lose. If you keep yourself calm and you cannot lose this. I agree with you completely. He just has to look presidential. His goal is really look presidential. Keep the same messaging and look presidential. From Dirty Jersey, I agree. We're red. There we go. There we go, Wims. We'll bring it on home. Bring on home Jersey. Yo, Jersey, what up? Christine Huff says, I live in Michigan. Trump has my vote. Yeah. Unfortunately, you live in Michigan, which means you have no vote if you're voting red. Sorry. Your vote, every vote you could put in there. Gretchen Whitmer has three other votes ready to counteract you. I'm sorry. I have zero trust. I think Michigan is the most corrupt election state in the country after the laws that they passed. The most corrupt. I think there's zero chance of Trump winning Michigan. I think if he wins, he can win 49 states and not win Michigan. That's how bad I think is in Michigan. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I'm smelling there. Kyra says they will ask him questions. People expect yes or no answers, so they aren't as simple as yes, no. Like, will you accept election results no matter what and emphasize negative impacts? Yes, I agree with you on this, Kyra, completely. I think this definitely will happen. They are going to try and say yes or no. Will you accept the results? And the perfect answer for my taste on that is, will there be transparency? If there's transparency, that we have integrity in this election, yes. That's simple. Make it that simple. It's not yes or no, because I don't know what these states are going to do. So if there is transparency in the integrity of this election, 100% I'll accept the results, win or lose. There you go. That's the best answer. And it's something no one can find fault with on him. I got a couple more here while I have you waiting there, Kiki.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Thank you, Modima Rose. Appreciate the super sticker. God bless you. Mary Coppola hitting with 5. Count them 5. Good Lawgic memberships. I can't pull it up now because I got people on the phone. I think it's kind of, I'm going to just sort of hold off. But God bless you. If you're new to the following, welcome to the following. The following is not at all a cult type of cult. And I am not the leader of the following. Say it for me, Kiki. Joe is
the leader of the following.
Not the leader of the following. Oh, God. Link to be fine. A special was released YouTube free. Oh, okay. Thank you. Maybe I'll check it out. Thank you very much for sharing, brother. What do you got, Kiki?
Well, I have a couple liberals that I love, and they drive me absolutely crazy. One won't even allow conversation of politics in any way. The other one's daughter just came out as conservative, and so she actually wants to talk about it to try and understand. Mm-hmm. And I have found that the biggest problem is just all the lies that have been told, all the fine people, all the, everything, everything. Of course, now I'm brain dead. I can't think of the specifics, but there's just so many lies that there's
losers, the very fine people.
Thank you.
The essay in the dressing room with E. Jean Carroll. All the things that portray him as being a terrible human being. Yeah.
Oh, exactly, and that which blinds anybody to listening to any kind of common sense or just rational discussion. And so I was hoping, and I don't know, that if he could, I even considered like a QR code to sneak it in on him somehow, so people would have something. It would go viral, and it would be a link to a website that just showed, hey, these are the lies that you're going to hear tonight, and these are the facts, and links to sources like CNN, saying the opposite of what they say tonight, or all just a real clean, clear. A lie rebuttal, and just all we would need to say is go to djt.com if you are questioning the truthfulness of anything said tonight, and then that way people that are watching, because there's going to be a bunch of liberals watching to see Kamala BL Bratty or whatever, have that option to where they and ABC or whoever it is can't stop him if he just says that. They cannot get in the way of that, I would think.
Interesting thoughts. Interesting thought. I like it. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Kiki. Are you happy with your team?
Thank you, Joe.
She's another member of the fantasy league. Are you happy with your team?
No, I hate my team. I got to get the red string and the thumbtacks and start working on a plan. I got to get.
Send me a trade offer. I'll sort you out. Send me a trade offer. All right. And I'll check it out after the show. All right. Have a great night and enjoy the debate.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Take care.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
972-454-0703. Denise says, Joe, I tagged you in the post on Kamala's Twitter. Tagged you in that post on Kamala's Twitter. That's what she's saying here. Arthur Seawall. Let's see what he's got here. Hold on a second. Let's see what we got going on here. You tagged me in the post. Arthur saying all the cool kids are here hanging with the cult. That isn't a cult at all, type of cult. Precisely. Thank you. Thank you very much. If I see my head, will we see my head move? There we go. Oh, wow. I'm on delay over there. Look at that. Talk about freaking Inception. I want to see it come 4 times. There it is. Okay, that's going to give me a headache. Where was Denise? You tagged me here. Here it is. This is what she wants me to see. We need to bring down the cost of housing. My economic proposal includes 25,000 first-time home buyers to help them with down payment on a home. No, this is a big disaster. It's a big disaster. Because I said it's going to go up by 25,000. If they know it's going up by that much, that you're going to have that money up front, it's going to go up by more than that. It's going to go by more than that. Oh my God, housing price is going to go through the roof. I can't believe I bought my house here 20 years ago, and the value of my house. I actually bought it in an area that was growing. I moved in right next door to my sister, and if you know anything about real estate, you know that the value of a house is location, location, location. Houses were relatively the same size. I moved in 5 years after her, and I paid twice what she paid. More than twice what she paid, because this was a quickly growing area. And now my house is worth twice what I paid for it. So that's what, according to Zillow, at least. It's crazy. So my sister's house has gone up 4 times in value. Hers is really not fair. It's not a fair comparison because she expanded. So her house is actually worth more than mine now. So there you go. I appreciate you sharing that, Denise. I appreciate that. Also, I had here Drop Barracuda shared with me quick Shane Gillis. I think it's appropriate to watch Shane Gillis doing debate. So let's see how long this is. How long is this? Oh, it's only 5 minutes. This is Shane Gillis talking about debates. Hopefully YouTube doesn't ding me for this.
Time passed that we can...
We're going to have that. We'll just run that one across.
Call from
Mary Capola.
Mary.
Hello, Mr. Neerman. It's finally good to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you so
on
much.
the phone.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. I've been following you since you started. I just members, and I try to give memberships at least once a month. But I just love
You're
the show, and I
awesome.
think it's great.
I'm glad.
Thank you.
I just want you. I really appreciate. I understand that when people are gifting, part of it is they like the shtick. The other part is that they're trying to show their support for me and my channel, and I genuinely appreciate it. So I just wanted to
Absolutely.
thank you, one of my captains of recruitment. God bless you.
I
And
tried.
I'll tell you, I really appreciate you. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Hey, I sent you a email on your Gmail account. At some point, read it. Kind of explains me and my son who has autism and stuff. But anyway, let's talk about the debate tonight. I can't wait.
Are you amped? You amped?
Are you kidding me? I've been waiting 4 years for this.
Oh my God. It's 51 minutes away. I'm so excited.
And in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking, God, I wish Trump could pull like an SNL skit where I would just let her talk the whole time. And then what I would do is I would just pull up a video of her from the previous debates and then just drop the mic and walk off.
She should. I mean, the word salad is hilarious, and I think that we're going to see her. I think we should anticipate. The question is not whether we're going to see word salads, how often we're going to see word salad. And
I still think she's going to have a mic. I still think she's going to have an earpiece, and somebody's going to be
in her ear.
I really do. I really do.
I think the chances are very high, very, very high. I agree with you. Like, why wouldn't they? You have to ask yourself this: why wouldn't they? Right?
Well, exactly, because otherwise she'll get on one of her rants of repeating a single word over, a dozen times, and people will be like, "What did she just say?"
It's like those old records that used to skip.
Exactly.
And this is the time when it's really the time, because now's the time that the time should come forward, because now is the time for us to step up and progress from this time, because this is our time, and we need to appreciate the significance of this time. It's like, stop saying time, stop using that word, use a different word. Moment, say moment.
Well, listen to me. I just want to thank you. I'm so excited about your 100,000. And I have loved your show since the day you came on. You were the only lawyer I subscribed to.
Oh wow, that's very.
And I try to pass it to anybody and everybody I know. And
God bless you.
Not in a creepy way, but
no,
I love you.
I
just think you're great.
No, I have phenomenal fans. I plan on having that. The 100,000 party is like almost certainly going to be Sunday night. That's what this coming.
I can't wait.
So,
and one of these days, I'm going to get that NYPD hat.
Yeah, I sell them very infrequently. I probably should make like the standard hat more easily available, but I'm terrible about self promotion. So, anyway, God bless you, Mary. Enjoy the debate, and
Thank
I'll catch you later.
Have a great show.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Have a great show. Bye.
Good night. All right. Pam, another massive supporter here. Woohoo! Can't imagine watching debate with anyone better than Joe the lead. Not the leader, definitely not the leader. But I look forward. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm trying to call you brother, but it says you're unavailable. I wasn't unavailable.
From
Detroit Digger.
All right. Detroit Digger. How are you?
Yeah, RTP. You know me, Joe.
Oh. How you doing, brother?
Oh, not too bad. I just figured I'd give you a call. It's not like there's anything important going on tonight, not like a debate or anything. You know?
Right. All right. Nothing.
So why don't we just why don't we talk about Miami-Dade police brutality?
No. I'm not doing that. No, that's not happening. No.
Well, I figured out why your YouTube is giving you trouble with the 100K. I figured it out.
What's that?
Well, you don't have your Rumble tower behind you in the pic. You're home now.
That's true. He did send me this right here.
You got to get that behind you.
I was telling Lady Lawgic that I need to like set up shelves here and stuff like that I can actually put my Rumble, not 100,000. That's he actually sent me this, which in case you're wondering, it says, "Good Lawgic, 100,000 non-followers." Why is it not? There you go. Good Lawgic,
Yeah.
100,000 non-followers.
Non-followers.
There you go. Which, if you think about it, I actually have billions of non-followers, but yeah, but certainly 100,000 at the very least. Anyway, what are your thoughts?
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts for tonight? Do you think that there's going to be a clear winner? Do you think that? How do you think Kamala is going to do?
I think she's going to fumble.
Mhm.
Big time. I think she's going to be sticking to one theme only, which is, she cares about the working class somehow, but she's got no substance to back it up. So it's going to be just it's going to be flushed.
Right. Do you think if you were on her team, would you be changing up the way she's been approaching things tonight?
Oh yeah, I would. I mean, well, look, I don't think anybody on her team has a clue, but if I was on her team and it was my job to bail her out, I would be nailing Trump on 3 or 4 things that she could easily nail him on, because he's made some goofs and some gaffes of his own. But I don't think they're going to focus on that. They're going to focus on how great she is.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to him, it's just Orange Man bad over and over and over.
But if you were her team, how would you try? I mean, I think we'll hear her talk about her CV. I think she's going to try and interject that everywhere she can.
She will.
And that's what she's done in her rallies, where she's basically, saying like, I'm a former attorney general, and I've had to put away thugs and criminals, so I know Donald Trump. That'll be her way of taking her jabs.
Absolutely.
How to deal with the likes of Donald Trump.
But he's not going to be able to trip himself up because they're going to mute his mic.
Right.
So I don't think that. I think they'll go with that. I think you're right. I don't think it'll work for that reason, though. And I think he's going to hit her hard. I think when he's hitting her, I think she is going to go into cringe mode and want to explode. I think he's really going to smack her around.
If she does that,
does not play games. Tulsi does not play games and knows where to hit her.
Do you want to know what the nuclear bomb response from Trump to that would be, by the way, which I expect it to come at some point tonight? And the nuclear bomb response that I don't expect him to come up with or his team to prepare him with.
All right, give me both.
I'll tell you what the nuclear bomb response to her saying, I know how to deal with the likes of Trump, is after tonight, you're not dealing with me. You're going to be dealing with running the country. And that's where you showed that you're completely incompetent. So,
yeah, that would be beautiful.
That's where you've been a fail. He would say that's where you've been a complete fail.
Yeah. So,
you talk about being able to handle me. After tonight, you and I are not going to be engaging with each other.
Well, he could just as easily stand there and say, Xi Jinping will eat you alive, and have teriyaki sauce instead of Xi Jinping.
Yes.
I mean,
yes,
he'll go for the Japanese sauce. He's so easy to beat.
Yes, something like that'd be awesome Trump kind of line if he was like, Xi Jinping will turn Kamala into Kung Pao.
Yes. There you go.
Oh my God!
Because he's only got 60 seconds.
And you even imagine her trying to negotiate with Xi Jinping. He'll turn her into Kamala Kung Pao.
I think her face would turn into Kamala Kung Pao, like on camera.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes. That's the thing I want to hear from him. That's the thing I want to hear.
And well, that's what I want to hear, but I'm afraid we're not going to. That's my nuclear bomb, and I don't know if he's going to do it. God, he could do it so easily, Joe.
I know. Are you kidding me?
We can watch her actually melt like the Wicked Witch right there on camera.
Yeah.
Because she would have no recovery. There's zero recovery.
So many ways for him to use her failed record, and say. And throw out there Kamala, Putin is white guy for Kamala. Like is one of the white dudes for Kamala.
Joe, he could cite the fact that the housing market is a disaster and she is guaranteed to put it in the tank forever, bury it. I mean,
And by the way, that would be
give out houses.
And yeah, and that's a phenomenal thing to do. He's like, I'm in the real estate market. I understand what your stupid $25,000 grant would do to the market. And if you think it's impossible to buy a house now, just wait until the government promises $25,000 to every new buyer. And the same way we saw education prices skyrocket as soon as the government started gifting money, that's exactly what we're going to see. As bad as the housing market is now, it will go through the roof. If you pass that, I will make billions of dollars in the value of my properties going up. That's
exactly.
Happen.
He would be able to stand there and say that
would open up.
The person that comes and buys Mar-a-Lago is not only going to make me ultra wealthy, but it's going to prove that they couldn't put a value on that I didn't put on when I knew what I was talking about.
Right. Well, that's the problem, is that if he goes down that route with that particular argument, it does open her up to say, well, we already know. We already had a court say that you're going to overestimate what the value of your house is. And that's her way of like basically zinging back. If she was sufficiently articulate and clever to come up with that on the spot, which I doubt she would be, but if someone's whispering in her ear,
the earpiece, man. Yeah, the earpiece would bury him. But now look, what if the capper was that he came back at her and said, I don't care if you're going to give him $25,000 or $250,000 of hard-earned legal taxpayer money. You want to favor illegal immigrants in those first-time buyers.
That's right. That's right. You want to.
I mean, right now
you're bringing them in
illegal
here.
Immigrant. Hey, I'm not funding someone to buy a house next door to me and eat my cat.
Yeah, you want to bring them in here, and then you want to make them much richer than Americans. Like, it's almost astonishing that like the policy
they're already doing it.
Yeah. All right, my brother.
They're already doing it.
I got to fly here. I thank you for jumping in here, and I'll catch you soon.
All right, let's have a great show tonight.
This is Real Patriots Party from Rumble. Those of you who think I don't take calls from Rumble, this is a Rumble call right here. Let it be known. Let it be known. This is a Rumble call. Good night, my brother.
Rumble ghetto. Okay,
Rumble
see you,
ghetto.
See you later.
Oh, I see. I did cut off the Rumble guy. Whoops. Sorry, RPP. I'm not moving to Florida just yet, although it does seem like it's down the road. I'm Jewish. I'm getting older. It's kind of the law. Thanks for the watch, dear. Oh, my pleasure, Barracuda. Updated locals to yearly. Good luck with fantasy football. Thank you, Q Revere. I appreciate that. Am I playing you? Is that what it is? Am I playing you? What are the odds ABC fed her the questions? Very high. Very high. Very, very high. Trump just has to ask Kamala, what do you mean by that? It's true. When she goes in circles, please explain more. Because I don't understand what you're talking about. I have no idea. I don't think anyone knows what you're talking about. So explain it some more. That'd be great. And that would just watch her like do her constant. Here's the other thing I want to point out to you. Those of you who weren't with me when we were watching her DNC speech. What she does when she knows that she's full of crap is she nods a lot. She nods a lot to try and sell it. Her sell and her tell that she's lying, because some is when she just basically starts going, and we know that we can fix the border. We know this, and that she does the head bobble whenever she feels nervous and knows that she's lying. So watch for the head bobble. You'll hear me during the course of the debate call out head bobble. And when you're watching it with me, you'll see that those are the moments that she's most nervous and knows that she's lying. She's outright lying. She doesn't always head bobble. She does it when she's talking about policies that she's not really confident in. She does it when she talks about how she's going to be able to fix things. She does it. She saves the head bobble for when she's trying to be particularly compelling about something that she knows is crap. So watch for the head bobble. You will see it. That little head bobble. And I'll call it out. I'm not going to expand on it during the moment because I don't want to disrupt the whole flow. But you'll just hear me say, she'll be talking. You'll just hear me say head bobble, bobble, bobble. When you hear me call that out, that's me telling you she knows she's lying right now. From Fauci Kung Flu to Kamala Kung Pao. So true. So true. Number to call in is 972-454-0703. There's a check over in the ghetto. Make sure I didn't miss anything over here because everyone gets so testy. People get so testy. We're only 37 minutes away. 37. Very excited.
Call from
Denise.
Denise.
Hey, Joe.
How are you?
I am doing good. I've been waiting for tonight for all day. It was
Back
work
to
was
back
great.
Rumble calls. Here we go.
Last night or this morning was dragging on. It felt like 10 o'clock. It felt like 7 hours to get there. And then,
I know.
And then the rest of the day went.
I want you to know
okay,
something.
but-
Can I make a confession to you?
What?
When I first was setting up the stream, when I first set it up initially, I thought the debate started at 8 p.m. And I set it up for 7 p.m. And then I was like, and then I saw it starting at 9. And I was like, you know, I'm good with an extra hour. I'm good with it tonight. I'm good. I can hang out. I don't got a lot of stories to talk about, but there's so much to talk about with this debate. I was like, I can handle that. I can handle that. That's good. Give me more time hanging with my people as we get amped up. I got 2,000 people watching me now. We're still a half hour away from this debate starting.
Oh, I know. And I thought you said 7:30, so 6:30 my time. I thought that's what you said last night.
Yeah.
So when I saw and I got the notification that you were live, I'm like, wait, I missed the first part of it. So I'm glad Rumble gives us those notifications because
Yes.
if I didn't get it in my email, I probably would have missed it.
Yeah, and I actually screwed up on my locals, which if you want to follow me and know where I'm starting, locals is the best place to go, which is goodlogic.locals.com. As it happens,
I'm a digger.
I know you are. And as it happens, for one reason or another, I forgot to actually hit publish. I actually wrote it out on locals. So I actually did that only like a half hour ago or so. So people from locals, I apologize. Those of you who were wondering why it is there was no locals notification. I thought I sent it out 4 hours ago, but apparently I didn't set that up. So I apologize to y'all. Anyway, so what are your thoughts for tonight? How do you think I'll tell you, I have a hunch that she's not going to be as terrible as everyone's anticipating. And I know that's concerning.
Go ahead.
But
yeah, going back and remembering the debate with Pence and her, she didn't do bad. I mean, she wasn't great, but neither was he.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they both sucked.
Yeah.
But had I known then about Pence that I know now, I would have understood more. But yeah, they both were not great, but she was not terrible. So
no, she really wasn't.
And
she
apparently Hillary's been prepping her, so she may actually, because as much as I hate to admit this, Hillary can talk and she can spin her evilness, with words.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, she's a snake.
It's going to be interesting.
She's a snake.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She's a more accomplished snake than Kamala. She's more like Nancy Pelosi in knowing how to handle herself politically.
Absolutely.
Here's the thing that Hillary never had to deal with in debate that Kamala does have to deal with, which she did not, and Kamala Kamala did not have to deal with this 4 years ago, which is the current mess is pretty much your fault. And
absolutely.
It's much easier to be able to be aggressive, and she's best when she's able to be aggressive. It's much easier to be aggressive when you're on the outside and able to complain about the state of the world than when you're on the inside and you've been controlling things and you have to defend your actions that led to the state of the world. In the last debate, Trump had to defend his actions during COVID, and he kept getting punched and punched and punched about COVID, and he's on the defensive the entire time. And that's and as the incumbent, to the extent that she embraces her role in the Biden administration, she is very assailable as someone who is to blame for the border crisis, for the fact that food and gas have all skyrocketed and the housing market is a mess, and everything that happened in Afghanistan and our mess in foreign affairs and Gaza and that whole everything that's gone wrong. that now can be that's attached as part of her ledger that she now is forced to defend. Hillary never had to defend something like that. Kamala
And
didn't
Trump
have to
was in
defend
a-
it 4 years ago, but now she does, and that's a much tougher debate to work through.
And Trump was in a no-win situation in 2020. If he had shut down the economy and did what the Democrats did, which he ended up doing, but he just wanted it to be for a very short time. But then if he hadn't done anything, they would have, made it a big issue that he didn't do anything and he just let it go on, which I think would have been better for the economy and people's lives, because I think shutting people down and not letting them get exercise and communicating with people and all that was more detrimental to our economy and our society than anything. But he was in a lose-lose situation. They were going to go after him no matter what he did.
And the timing of it, which I do believe it was unleashed by Xi, the timing of it was perfect for destroying him. Because the best way to handle it, we can now say with retrospect, the best way to handle it likely would have been to do nothing. That likely would have been the best way to handle it. And frankly, the only way he could have done that is if he had immediately replaced Fauci and brought in other, if Fauci wasn't there, Fauci was on, basically on board and saying, you know what, it's going to be rough.
Yeah.
And the best way, and we should try working on a hyper push to have, some sort of treatment for this in the short term. I don't want to use the V word because I have, I'm twice bitten, 3 times shy about using that word on this channel, but that we're going to push really hard to get that ramped up as quickly as possible. And we're going to keep plowing through this. And I'm going to urge everyone to keep social distancing to the best of their abilities. But I'm not urging anyone to shut down. I agree with you. That would have been the best way to handle it. But we would have seen those death tolls. And people,
and CNN putting them across the screen every single day,
only up until the election, and then they stopped. After the election, they didn't care about. They only cared about the march of death up until election day, and then they were done with it. And like literally a week after the elections, they started. We had it every day for 6 months, and it stopped the day after the elections. And the problem is this: when you're dealing with a difficult situation, the best approach is, if you're running the country, is the long game strategy as far as what is best for this country long term, as far as the healthiest way for us to approach that. That is not something you can assess in the moment, in that same week, month, or even year. You can only assess that 2-3 years later. So if you would have taken that approach, while we can now look back and say that was the right approach, in 2020, nobody would have said that was the right approach. Nobody would have said that. We looked at Sweden that was not being shut down, and we said, you're out of your freaking minds. That was the mindset in 2020. If he had taken that approach in 2020, he would have been castigated as literally killing grandma. It's your fault, grandma's dying. It's your fault that this death toll is what it is. Whatever the number would have been, he would have been taking the blame for it. And that he's ignoring the medical advice, and he's a danger to society. He's going to kill us all. That's what the message would have been, and it would have resounded with America, which was gripped in fear in November of 2020. So he couldn't take that. He couldn't take that approach politically, even though that probably was the right approach. Which is unfortunate. That's how they weaponized, the left really weaponized that disease. In the sense of, Xi weaponized it first in creating it. They weaponized it politically to basically make it the lose-lose scenario that you were describing.
Right. So I have a question for you. What do you think about making Peter McCullough, or maybe even Dr. Drew, the Surgeon General?
I'm not familiar enough with. Are they celebrities? These people?
Dr. Peter McCullough was one of the frontline doctors, and he.
Oh, that guy. Oh, he was one of. Oh, I know. He was one who was complaining about our treatment, right?
Yeah, and about not doing breathing, not breathing treatments, but nasal. Oh, what was he saying? Nasal saline. Things. Not locking people into their homes and making them not exercise and eat healthy.
I can't profess to know enough about medical experts to weigh in with anything that would feel confident saying, that this is the right call, because I don't know. I don't know enough about the names who are involved, or the upper echelons of our medical industry, I can't weigh in on that.
Gotcha.
So, I'm very, I know when to I know enough about what I don't know to know when not to weigh in. So yeah, I can't give you an answer on that. What do you think? What do you think Kamala is? What do you think her strategy is going to be tonight? To me, this is the I'm so curious about do you think she's going to embrace her role under Biden, or do you think she will start taking steps to try and distance it and say, to basically be able to tell America or claim to America that the problems you're feeling are not her fault?
She hasn't distanced herself at all from it so far, so I don't see her doing it now.
I think the polls might force her to do it, though.
It could, but then she would have to completely change her strategy. If she's been, practicing and, doing all whatever they've been doing the last week or so, or 2 weeks, or since she supposedly, got the election. I don't think that they can switch it up on her last minute. I don't think she's strong enough to come back from learning everything that she did this last month and a half and then getting a completely different playbook. I don't think that she physically or mentally can do it, or she'll just be laughing the whole time. Like, she'll go back to her, everything is funny. Look at me. I can laugh at the whole situation, even though people her whole lives have been ruined. And
right. Yeah. I because that's what I think she needs to do. I think that if she had the intellectual capacity to do it, I think that would be the most effective strategy for her. Not to trash Biden, to basically point out the distinctions in certain things that he was handling, which were completely outside her purview, and that while she respects Joe and thinks that he was a great leader, that there were that any leader, he was flawed, and that there were certain mistakes that he made, and that I would have handled differently, like the Afghanistan pullout or stuff like that, which she's going to blame Afghanistan on Trump. And I want to point this out before you watch the debate tonight. The Afghanistan pullout that saw the death of 13 servicemen and women and dozens more injured, that disaster they keep trying to pin on Trump, saying Trump committed us to pull out. Trump committed us to pull out. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
The Taliban, there was an agreement that Trump signed. The Taliban had already breached it. They had already breached the agreement. We did not have to pull out then. It would not have. It was very easy for America to just say, no, you breached the agreement. We're not pulling out. They wanted to pull out, and they didn't know how, and they did it like incompetent boobs, and that's why people died. So,
well, that new report came out, and it said that they're trying to blame it on Trump, the report from the Congress, but Biden had the ability to say no. He didn't have to implement it at that time. He could have tried something different. Plus, the Taliban or the government there, they honored Trump's agreement, even though Trump wasn't in office. He said, if one American soldier dies, we will retaliate. And they ended up retaliating on those on the Taliban. They took those people out that did that. So they honored their
Denise. There's a story I shared on here of a guy who was sitting in the meeting with Trump when he was meeting with the head of the Taliban. I don't know if you caught that episode. And when
the black gentleman.
Yeah. I mean, those of you who missed it, what he did was the most boss move I've ever heard a president doing, ever in any capacity as a president, ever in any way. What he did was he's sitting with the Taliban, and he says to the leader of the Taliban, you are not going to harm any Americans when we pull out. And because if you do, you will die. And then he reached into his pocket and hands the guy a piece of paper that he unfolds and is an aerial photo of his own house. And he hands him the photo and walks out. Don't tell me that you've ever heard a more boss move that a president ever did. I mean, seriously, that was just a complete mic drop. No one is getting harmed. This is your house. If someone gets harmed, you will die. And then he walked out. That's genuine leadership. We've seen him display leadership in ways that no other president this century can come and arguably, and far longer than that, can remotely come close to. Does he seem bombastic
Maybe
at times? Yes.
Washington, probably that's about the only one.
Yeah, I mean, it's astonishing. I mean, the cojones to basically and that is that you want to know something? That's actual peace through strength. Where you're like,
Yes.
you know we have the capacity to do it to you. You know I can. That your life is in my hands at any given time. You know that. So and I'm not going to push that button, but you're going to follow what I'm telling you to do. And what I'm asking you is reasonable, and you're gonna go along with those with my demands. And otherwise, I'm gonna use my strength against you. So I have peace through your knowledge of my strength, rather than through me exercising that strength. That's real peace through strength, not Nikki Haley's
Absolutely.
crazy bomb everyone approach.
Oh gosh, no. And Kamala's not anywhere. She doesn't have.
She's worse.
Even she doesn't have the strength that Trump does. And the capacity to deal with that in her pinky.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's
Seriously.
got more in his pinky than she does in her entire body. So, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Denise, I appreciate the call. This was.
Can I just say one more thing?
Please do.
Not super chat, whatever. I
Rants.
put this on the other night. Yeah, I ranted the other night about this, but please, we cannot let up. We have to get out there and vote because they are going to do their shenanigans again. I don't think that they can do it to the level they did in 2020, but we have to go out and vote. We cannot give up. We cannot just say, oh, the polls say Trump's going to get it by a landslide. Well, I'm not going to go vote. We have to get out there, grab 5 people, make sure they're registered, talk to everyone you can. If you know they're supporting Trump, make sure they're registered in time and take them to the polls if you have to. We have to get out there and vote.
Yep.
And unfortunately, 100%. Christians are the least likely to vote. And it drives me crazy. I don't understand it. We have to get out there and vote. We have to support Trump. We have to support America first.
Amen. 100%. You go.
All right, Joe. Thank you. I can't wait for...
Yeah.
What?
20 minutes
left.
20 minutes left.
20 minutes left. Okay.
Have a good
Here
night.
we go. You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Getting some great calls in here tonight. 972-454-0703. Just realized with word salad, she may have actually thought Biden was coming in. He still made some points, like a stop clock is right twice a day. Fair enough. Lynn Britton, member for 3 months. Thank you for taking charge of the following. I'm enjoying the build up to the debate. I know it's coming. It's coming. We're almost there.
Awesome.
Remember for 3 months. Hello?
Hello? Yo, hey.
Who's calling? I missed your name.
Digger number 44.
Digger 44. Is that what you want? Is that how you introduce yourself at parties? People say,
I mean,
hey,
no, it's on.
who are you? I'm Digger 44.
Yeah, I do. It's all the ladies love it.
Digger 44 in the house. Hey.
Exactly.
All right. So
all the people who know.
If the important people know. That's really the key. I just want to welcome, while you're talking Digger 44, welcome to the following Night Productions, new YouTube member. God bless you. Welcome aboard, my I assume brother. Night usually is a dude. I'm gonna go with my brother. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the following. The following is not at all a cult type of cult. Exactly. What's on your mind, my friend?
There is no Kool-Aid. There are no tracksuits.
No Kool-Aid, no mandatory. There's some the voluntary. Optional track suits. No self-harm, no harming others. It's not at all a cult type of cult. So what do you think? How do you think?
Wait, Joe. It's about community, unity, and
leadership training. There you go.
Exactly. There we go.
There you go. Nice. Who is that in the background there?
That's my wife.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right.
She is.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen tonight? You think Kamala is going to stay the course, or you think she's going to try and mix it up a little bit?
So I think she's going to try to back out on everything so far. And I just wanted to, on the comments, and this is a bit of a thing. So I'm an OES vet. And the August withdrawal from Afghanistan
can you break down the acronym for me?
Oh, sorry. Operation Iraqi Freedom. Operation Enduring Freedom. So
Okay.
So I was in both Iraq and Afghanistan as an Arabic interrogator and cryptolinguist.
I salute your service.
Oh, my pleasure. It was the best time of my life, to be honest.
Cool. So,
And then I went to law school about 3 years ago.
all right.
And so my 1L year was
So wait, you
when
graduated?
I'll take the bar in February.
Oh, so you did graduate. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Good luck on the bar. I'll tell you the secret.
Yeah.
To passing the
Okay.
bar. Okay. You want to know the secret?
I'm
for passing
listening.
the bar?
I'm listening.
You
My
signed
ears are open.
You signed up for Barbary yet?
Yes, actually, the law school I'm at makes us actually mandatorily pay for it. So I do have that by mandate.
Okay. They're going to give you a thick book which is going to cover 6 topics. Then they're going to give you a more condensed version. I want you to read every word on every page of that thick book before you go to sleep. Just read a couple of pages a night. Okay?
Tonight?
Every night, read a couple of pages. like read yourself to sleep. Read a couple. Don't fall asleep listening to me. Fall asleep reading a couple of pages of that book. Through
That would be difficult because usually your sultry tones lull me to sleep.
I understand that. I understand
I'll
that.
change my schedule.
This is crunch time now, okay? So
You're correct.
So what I'll tell you is this, okay? Every night, just read a couple of pages because there's a lot of details in there that most of the fellow people, you're competing with the other people who are taking Barbary because like 96% of your competitors, and it's graded on a curve, are all taking Barbary. And out of that 96%, roughly 20 to 30% will actually read that book. And if you're in that 20 to 30% who's actually read through that book, you will have such a significant competitive advantage. Things that you learned 3 years ago will start clicking back in for you, and you will find that you will understand and comprehend things a lot better, and a lot more deeply than most others. And I'll tell you, I took the multi-state, which is on those 6 topics. Was it con law? It's evidence. It's crim law and procedure. It's torts. It's contracts and real property. And I'll tell you right now, you will ace the multi-state and sleepwalk your way through a win on the bar. Okay.
Well, thank you for the unpaid legal advice. I appreciate that.
It's not legal advice. That's just friend in a bar.
I know. It was an inside joke. I appreciate that.
My raw score on the multi-state was well over 190 out of 200, and I didn't get anything like that. And I'm telling you right now, the only reason that happened is because I read that book every day, just a couple of pages a day.
Okay.
So there you go.
No, great. I'm here for it. No, absolutely, 100%. I'm here for that.
So, what do you think tonight?
Well, to go back, I think that she has a big problem about the Afghanistan withdrawal. And what I was going to talk about a second ago, I'm not trying to reduct, but the whole point is that when I was in my first year of law school, I had a moment when that happened, and I was in Bagram, and like 2 years before, I was in Bagram, and then all of a sudden that happened. And I was sitting there in torts class, and then all of a sudden I got news that people that had died, not only the 13, but other people who I knew had died, were gone, and they took all our gear. I'm just like, oh my! I had a moment in torts class. I'm like, this shocks the conscience.
Right, horrifying.
You know, it was a moment, and so I mean, she has to find some way to pivot from that. And if the debate moderator doesn't bring that to her, Trump needs to bring that to her, because that is the biggest downfall of the entire administration, and there's no way to run from that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really hope he hits her on that very hard. That what happened in the last election resulted in 13 servicemen and women dying.
Well, 13 servicemen and women, but also talk about so I was an Arabic linguist, right?
Right.
So I worked with in my own life, 900 individuals who are Afghani origin who helped us,
right,
who We put their necks on the chopping block.
Yes.
The moment
Abandon
we
them. Abandon them.
Exactly. And not just abandon, but we gave their names over to the Taliban government. We put the whole
You put a target on
bullseye.
their head. Yeah, put a bullseye.
Yeah,
on them.
we put, well, Biden wouldn't say a bullseye, but he's a corpse, so whatever. But yeah, but we put a bullseye on their head, and we have maybe of the 972 people I knew who I was trying to get out, we have maybe 20 left. The rest are gone. We've lost 900 lives because of the policy from Afghanis who were there, who were helping us. They're gone. Not gone like disappeared, like gone dead.
No, they've been executed. It's awful.
And
That's
nobody,
really awful. No one talks about that.
And yeah,
no one talks
and
about
no, yeah. And they're people I knew. These are people I've interacted with. I've shaken hands with, who I know their children, and I mean, God forbid, I don't know where their children are right now, but I hope, I don't know, but I'm trying to work with channels to figure out. But I have worries. The web goes deeper than that, man.
Wow. That is awful.
So I think she, at least at the debate, at least today, I think somebody, whether the moderator or Trump, if he gets to say anything, should, I mean, that's the biggest stain on the Biden administration. They should have a big A for Afghanistan scarlet letter on her shirt.
Yeah.
And she should never be able to wash it off, in my opinion. And that's enough. That's enough.
Yeah. Well said, brother. Thank you so much for the call. I appreciate you, my friend. Have a good night.
I appreciate you too, brother. Take care, brother. God bless. Mazel tov.
Thank you. Joe is not the master of double negatives. I don't even know what that doesn't mean. I can't wait either. This is going to be awesome. We're only 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away. I should probably pull up a good viewing channel, right? We should go to NBC, right? That's NBC is going to be the source. Let me make sure I didn't miss any rants here, and that we're good there. We're good there. Okay. I want to pull it up now because we're not going to miss a minute of this. Let's see, NBC. I think it's NBC, right?
10, 15 years, it's become a lot more common to attack the moderator. I remember when you would never see the candidates go out.
Yeah, well,
and go
that's
after
when you
the
didn't
moderator.
suck.
I remember Newt Gingrich doing it
That's
in
when
a
you guys
Republican
didn't suck.
primary, I think in 2016
Now you
or
guys
something
suck.
like that, and that was different.
Well, two things. You've got to feel the room, and it took me several minutes to feel the room, feel the temperature of the candidates. The other thing is, having done a lot of debates, including a presidential debate, I swore a long time ago I would never publicly judge a debate moderator.
That's
It
right.
is a incredibly difficult job. And my
Please
hats
don't
off
judge
to
me.
anyone who's
That's
done it.
Lester Holt.
Absolutely. And you try to tune out any criticism that you might be getting.
Oh, you're a
heading into the
disaster.
But you know exactly what their stomachs feel like
I
10
sure
minutes
do.
away from the debate now.
I'm starting to feel those.
I know, having moments of feeling for them.
Thanks for all this. This was great. We'll take a break. We're less than 10 minutes away from the big moment as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump get ready to face off.
So there you go. There you go. That's all queued up and ready to go. That's all queued up. And are you ready to go? Are you ready to rumble? Are you smelling what Joe's bringing? All right. Woo. 10 minutes to go. Biggest debate you've ever seen. Biggest debate you've ever seen. Only 10 minutes away. Should have a little clock countdown. So a couple reminders. If you hear me just throw out the word bobble, that's me noting her bobbling her head, which means she's lying, because that's what she does when she's trying to sell a lie. She basically is sitting there saying, like, she'll swallow also. She does sometimes she'll do the swallow, sometimes she'll do the bobble. She's the worst poker player you've ever seen. She'll do the swallow and the bobble. She also is a third tell. You want to know what the third tell is? Third tell, she tilts her head a little bit. She does that sometimes also. Tilts her head. But the swallow and bobble, when she swallows and bobbles, you know she's remembering better times in her life. She's remembering better times in her life. No jokes, okay? I don't want to hear your jokes. I'm just saying, you'll see it. You'll see it. I'll call out. Swallow, bobble, swallow, swallow, bobble. I'll be calling it out. You'll see. No jokes. It's a family show. What do you mean ABC? What do you mean ABC? That's what's gonna end up happening. You know it. Let's take one more call. One more call while we're waiting. We can do one more call. I got 7 minutes. We can do one more call. 972-454-0703. 972-454-0703. Very, very amped. I'm so excited. I can't even tell you. I'm so excited. Look at that. There we go.
Call from
Cassius.
Matthew.
Hey, Joe, what's going on?
Big. Good evening, Matthew. How are you, brother?
Well, not too bad. Burgers and beers. This is going to be a good night. It's going to be fun.
Nice. So, what are you most looking forward to?
Oh, this is going to be great. So if we look back at the 2016 election, the way Trump handled it was way different than he did his Biden destruction video, because he just let them say their lies. But like if you watch the last debate, he like memorized exactly what lies she said, addressed it, and then made his point. And he's running two factors right there. So it's going to be hilarious because her campaign is either built on she has no history, right? So all she has is socialism lies, or socialism promises and lies, and those are so easy to debunk. I mean, like they've been announcing all their topics on their Twitter feed, and it's just hilarious how bad it all is. So like whatever she says, he can refute because
there's a lot of fodder. There's a lot of fodder.
How many more times can we try socialism before we don't murder millions? But yeah, it's I see the same thing happen tonight, and I bet after 3 or 4 questions where he just destroys whatever she said in his comments, she's going to get flustered. Either that, or the moderators are going to be like, no, we're talking about this. So if they're starting to run cover for her, watch when they cut him off and say directly address the question. That could be a thing too that happens.
TextFed here is suggesting something the opposite. And thank you for the super chat, TextFed. He says, well, can't get through, so here's some moolah, LOL. The tactic will be for him to bully and go back and forth with moderators, since Kamala can't do it because the mic's cut off. So they'll lean in hard on this angle, and basically that the moderators will try to bait it out of him.
Yeah, no, I would expect that too, but I don't think he's going to fall for that. I mean, he knows what he's going into, because the last time he was on this network getting destroyed, he said, well, it didn't go as bad as I thought it would.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're Trump's prep team, you are basically sitting there saying that you have to drill into him that he cannot lose his cool. You cannot lose your cool. The only thing you need to do is go out there and look presidential. That's all you need to do. Go out there and look presidential. Don't worry about blaming you or whatever. Whenever they're blaming you, just calmly swat it back away.
Yeah.
They will try to blame him. She's going to say everything that went wrong over the last 4 years is Trump's fault, whether it was COVID or the jobs. And she's going to sit there, pretending that they built up. Look at we did for the economy. We brought back all these jobs, and he has all the answers for that. We know that. But the temperament is the only thing that really matters in this moment here. So
because they're looking for sound bites to play to their low information voters on the propaganda network. That's all they're looking for tonight. I guarantee it.
I think they're trying. You see, if I was her team, I would be working really hard to redirect that. that New York Times poll should be freaking the hell out of them, because they thought they were going to get by on joy. They thought they were going to get by on like good vibes and joy and break the glass ceiling and finally a female president and the good times are here, and thank God we're going to get rid of, we're going to slay Trump once and for all. That's essentially, you know, what this is it. You need to come out this time now just so we can slay that orange beast once and for all. That's how they felt like
everyone buys groceries. So that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, and that's what that poll said. That poll said, no, that strategy is a loser, and America's too smart for that. No, I don't call America too smart for very much, but for that they are. So, anyway, thank you for the call, my brother. I got to start getting ready here, and enjoy.
Oh.
Here we go. Take care. Have a good night, brother. All right, 97. We're not doing phone calls anymore. We're done with the calls for now. Maybe we'll see after the stream. We'll see afterwards. But it's time for us to get on in here. There's 1 minute and 28 seconds left.
In more detail, what she wants to see. Yes, she's going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump on a range of different issues. She'll accuse him of switching his opinion, particularly when it comes to the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. But again, she's got to walk that fine line.
Yeah, but she also has to answer for some changes in her own positions. Of course, she ran for president in 2020. She came across and positioned herself as a much more progressive type of candidate. Now she's really moving to the middle here in a general election.
Crowded primary, right? Back in 2019, 2020, she has moved away from that on issues like, for example, mandated gun buybacks for automatic rifles, something that she no longer supports. Fracking, for example, something that she has changed her position on as well. You look at Medicare for All, a position that she's backed away from. Watch for the former president to try to go after some of these issues. And I'll tell you, to bring it back to the voters, that panel with Kate Snow is super interesting. The economy came up again and again. And even though this summer, for the first time, inflation dipped below 3% for the first time since March of 2021, people don't feel great about it right now. So how does Vice President Harris address that moving forward?
And let me briefly go there and talk about his physical performance. It's been noted by many that the former president has tended to be more rambling, disjointed in many of his answers at a time that we were focusing on Joe Biden. Is that something that folks will be watching carefully?
He's now, of course, the older candidate now.
Okay, we will be back with you. It's the top of the hour now.
That's what he's going to be hitting them on. That's what he's going to be hitting them on. There you go. That's Lester Holt right there. So not to be a downer, but this debate will be nothing. She can't win. She knows her job is to be a blank slate and milquetoast. With Biden, they're risking every down ballot race that lean D. I don't think that I don't know if that's actually accurate. We'll see.
Became the Democratic nominee. A lot has happened in a very compressed period of time.
Yes, it has. And we have a few moments until the debate starts. We will join it. ABC News is broadcasting it, but we will simulcast it right here in its entirety. It's taking place at the National Constitution Center.
A great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate.
So that's what you meant?
Here now, David Muir.
David Muir.
Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
To further point I made, he falls this every time. It's everyone knows his ego is weakness. Me and Kamala will get him.
Kamala Harris.
Hopefully not.
Let's have a good debate.
Oh, she shook
Thank you.
hands. That was a big deal.
Welcome to you both.
They're gonna
It's
shake
wonderful
hands.
to have you. It's an honor
He
to
made
have you
her
both
come
here
to
tonight.
him.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses.
Why haven't you
My
done
plan
any of
is
this?
to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy.
Zones like Trump did.
My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
She looks so nervous.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class.
Everyone
On
knows
top
it's
of
true.
that, we have millions
Everyone
of
knows.
people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression.
No one buys
Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
Nice.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Fair question.
Well, let's be clear
so
that
far.
the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick.
This is word
in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics. And he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job.
Answer the question.
But the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
That's not,
Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to
that's
President Trump.
not true.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact.
They can let it starve to death.
Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that.
Look how controlled.
And I pledge to you,
But
when Congress passes a bill to put
punching
back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie.
mRNAs?
I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments.
What are you talking about?
What is happening in our country? Working people, working women
IVF.
Who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it. And what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
So what do you want?
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings.
No one cares.
And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again.
Go to the bill.
She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
television. But the people on television saying their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Why?
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's
Go
get
on
back
the
to your
bill,
deportation
for crying out loud.
proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it, because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice President Harris,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond.
I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term.
Yeah, he was
My
losing.
work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings
Then why is
values
everything different?
and a perspective
Why is
that is
everything
about
180
lifting
degrees?
people up and not beating people down and name calling. The
Right.
true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens.
Don't
and a great
hit on that.
father, and
Come
I learned
on.
a lot from him. But I was
No one
given a
cares.
fraction of that, a tiny
No one
fraction.
cares.
And I built it into many, many billions of dollars.
Forget that.
Many, many billions.
Go after
And
her.
when people see it, they are even
Go after
surprised.
her.
So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies, like She was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now.
Oh!
You don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out. She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
Tough question. You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob
Oh
of
my
people
God,
carrying
she's going to
tiki
say the
torches,
same thing.
spewing
Every
anti-Semitic
people
hate.
hoax.
And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
Oh my God.
Let's remember that
my
when it
God.
came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was,
Bobble.
I say, we don't have to go back.
Bobble.
Let's not go back. We're not going back.
away.
It's time to turn the page.
Bobble.
And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome.
This is
and be
where
clear
you hit her
on that point.
on her attack
Donald
on the
Trump, the
foundation.
candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham,
Where's the correction
Sean
on that?
Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically. You know that.
Thank
We said,
you.
"Oh, we lost by
I
a
said
whisker."
that.
That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican,
judge looked at it.
and said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by whiskers. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace.
Oh, yeah.
And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election. It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization,
She's going to swallow a lot.
slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters.
I think they're being okay.
Because it
to be
is
fair.
also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out.
Then why haven't you done it?
And so we will continue to work around the clock on that.
Why haven't you succeeded
Work
yet?
around the clock, also understanding that we
failing?
must chart a
People
course
must
for a
do. Do it
two-state
tomorrow.
solution.
Do it yesterday.
And in that solution, there must
That's what he
be
must hit on.
security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose
But
to
not Gaza.
Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza,
They don't
where the
want a two-state
Palestinians
solution.
have
Everyone knows
security,
this.
self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly
Gaza doesn't want
deserve.
one. Hamas doesn't
President
want
Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party.
It's true.
She hates Israel. If
It's
she's
true.
president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that.
No,
he's trying to, again, divide and
Even
distract
leftist Jews know
from
you
the
hate
reality,
Israel.
which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine.
Did he?
It is well
Did he, though?
known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged
Didn't say it
love
was
letters
brilliant.
with Kim
He said Putin was
Jong-un.
brilliant.
And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again
Not
because
true
they're
at
so
all.
clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why
That's why
so
we have
many
so much
military
war
leaders
now.
who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it. that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
So I'm going to tell you right now. He started strong. She started weak. Once they switched over to abortion, his simplest answer for him to come up with at that point in time would have been like, this is not a federal issue. It's not. Because of the Dobbs decision, it's not a federal issue. So there's no point to talking about this. Let her ramble on about a woman's rights to bodily autonomy, whatever, and you can make a comment about how you didn't care about women's rights to bodily autonomy when it came to mRNA vaccines, and then you move on. But to go back and forth, there's no benefit, there's no upside, there's no nothing. There's nothing beneficial. And what we saw happen is she started getting her footing. You cannot deny that she looked better 15 minutes into it and for the next 45 minutes than she did in the first 15 minutes. She looked like she was a bumbling, nervous, like she was literally, the only word I can come up with that's appropriate is plotzing. She was plotzing there for the first 15 minutes. But the moderators, who I do want to say, they've come across as fair, and they have. I think that they've been much fairer than most people anticipated. I think that the questions have been tough on both of them, but the moderators did a great favor to her in making abortion the second topic, because that's a sweet spot of the topic for her. And what Trump should have done is he should have kept it as short as possible. So this is not a federal issue. I don't even know why you would raise this in a presidential election. This is up to each state, and if it comes up, I don't even know how it would come up. You won't get enough. Like he said, you won't get enough votes. That's fine. But you just make it very clear that this is not something that is relevant to this discussion. We shouldn't be wasting it. There's a lot of topics to cover here. This is not relevant. And let her go on with her rebuttal there, where she would go on and on about abortion. But then she started dropping punches on him, and she hit him with some punches, and he looked like he got defensive. The whole advantage to being not in power right now, the whole advantage to being the outsider while she's now has to defend the record, is that you're able to just throw punches. And he got some zings in there. He did get a couple of zings in there, which were relatively good. You know, he was able to restrain himself early on, but you saw his tone start to rise. You saw his temperament start to come a little bit feistier and more and sound angrier when she started hitting him about his attendance at rallies and all this side stuff. Where he doesn't seem as if he was prepared to quell those issues in ways that could be as effective as possible. I don't think he's getting buried here. I don't think he's doing terribly bad. I think he's giving her second life that she should never have. That's what I think we're seeing here. I told you, I didn't think she was going to bomb this debate. And frankly, I don't think she has bombed it. She's been bobbleheading a lot. She's been, but she's been getting her punches in at him, and he's letting it get to her. And he was most effective when he was punching back. When he was punching back about her failures, about her losses, about all the problems we're having, that's when he was much more effective than when he was trying to defend himself about his numbers at his rallies, or even with the respect to all these different charges or the J6 issues. He seemed very defensive, and there's no reason for him to be offensive. He had every opportunity to take the offensive, and on the occasions where he did, he was much more powerful. He was much more impactful based on what I was watching there. But he allowed her to get her footing, and it's frustrating because I don't think he has to keep coming at her. He has to keep punching at her about her record and about what a disaster she's been. And when I was president, there were no wars in Europe. When I was president, there were no hostages in Gaza. All this happens because you showed your weakness in Afghanistan. You showed your incompetence, and you made Iran rich. You showed your incompetence to Putin, and he goes in. He didn't make that clear. So when she starts saying, "Oh, he's friends with these dictators," he's getting way too defensive, and it's not him at his best when he's defensive. He's much better on offense than on defense. When he gets defensive, he sounds as if he's embarrassed by something that he's done. He's trying to cover it up, like someone who has his hand stuck in the cookie jar. Instead of getting defensive about it, just be like, "No, this is just reality." That when you went after me in all these different elections, with all these different indictments, that's not a reflection on me. That's a reflection on you and the fact that your government is tyranny.
Debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Ooh.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded.
And how did that
tried
work out?
through force to change territorial boundaries,
How did that
to
work out?
defy one of the most important international rules and
Another
norms,
fail.
which is the importance
You
of
should hit on her.
sovereignty and
Yeah, you did.
territorial
It was a
integrity.
fail.
And I met with President Zelensky.
You
I
sucked
shared
at
with
it.
him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later,
How
I
does
went
that
to
work?
NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the
Because of your
ammunition, the
incompetence in the war.
artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about
Agenda
Ukraine.
2025.
Understand why the European
Oh,
allies
this
and
is
our
just a
NATO
lie.
allies are so thankful
Then why
that
did they
you are
pony
no
up?
longer president,
Why did they pony up
and
then?
that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship
ridiculous
with
sentence.
what is known to
What a
be a
ridiculous
dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've
Can I
heard from
respond?
both of you on Ukraine tonight.
Oh, he's not
Afghanistan
gonna
came
let
up
her
in the last
respond?
hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started.
failed.
3 days later, he went in and he started
Yes.
the war because everything they said was
Yes.
weak and stupid.
Yes.
They said the wrong things.
Yes.
That war should have never started.
Yes.
She was the emissary. They sent
Thank
her in
you.
to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin. And she did.
failed.
And the war started 3 days later.
Vice
And
President-
that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris,
Finally.
have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow.
You just said
And
it.
that is another one.
You just
When
said
I went
it.
to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is
there's no
commander in
democracy.
chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century.
Shut up.
But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left
military equipment.
$85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish,
$85 billion.
They blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
Yes.
President Trump, thank you.
Yes.
I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
Who cares about this?
I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight.
Who cares about
Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career,
Are you black?
Attempted to use race to divide the American people.
Let us
I
know.
do
Are you
believe that the
black or
vast
not?
majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly
Someone
trying to
ask her.
divide us, and especially by race. And let's
Oh my
remember
God. He just
how
said, "I
Donald
don't
Trump
care."
started. He was a land, he owned land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families.
100%.
Let's remember, this is the same individual
Oh, Lord.
who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5.
Racist.
Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States.
Racist.
And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country.
You're not better than this.
We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other.
You're constantly pointing
I meet
fingers
with
at
people
him.
all the time.
Constantly
who tell
pointing.
Me,
oh my God.
can we please just have discourse about
We
how
don't
we're
because
going
of
to
you
invest in the aspirations
ilk.
and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people?
Oh, shut up.
Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and
Oh,
want a
Lord.
president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
You're
Vice President Harris. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty.
Don't talk about that.
And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism.
I'm burdened by what has
we
been.
can do
Oh my
instead of
God.
always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay,
That's
like
what
that.
her plan is
I
until
like that.
just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond.
President Trump,
No, the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
going
need
to
to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be? Never going to be great. Or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too,
True.
and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully,
Obamacare's 15
as
years
I've been
old.
vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We
Drug
did.
prices have jacked
And now
up
we have
under
capped
you.
the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the
Here he
cost of
comes on
prescription
this one.
medication for
Please,
seniors at
you got this,
$2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value
Why
I
not
bring
now?
to this
Why
is that
not now?
access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And
Oh,
the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice
pass his
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue
Well,
that's important for a
she
lot
made
of
a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years, but it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare,
Anyone in
much
America-
less money. But she won't improve
America
private
First Act.
insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax.
It is.
And what we know is that it is very real. You
No.
ask anyone who
No,
lives
it's
in a
not.
state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who
That's what
has
the weather
been
does, it changes.
the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young
No,
people
you
of
know you
America
can't.
care deeply about this issue.
No, $90
And
trillion
I am proud that
plan.
as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have
Increased
created
inflation
over
to historic
800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know
I don't
that
buy
part
that.
of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China.
100%.
They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son,
Don't
they
focus
get
on
all
that.
this money
Don't-
from Ukraine.
no one
They
cares
get
about
all
that.
this money from all of
Move
these
past
different
it.
countries. And
Move
then you
past
wonder,
that. No
why
one
is he
cares.
so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China?
No one cares.
Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the
No,
mayor
no,
of
no,
Moscow's
no one
wife?
cares.
Why did she pay him $3.5 million?
Stop it. Stop it.
This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Yeah, that's the hypocrisy we should talk about most of the time.
The ABC News presidential debate.
Yeah, I think he was better there in that last segment. I think he was better there. She just admitted opening factories around the world, one out in the U.S. I don't know. I don't know, because she doesn't care about Americans. Please ask about unrealized gains tax. Yeah, that would destroy. Oh my God, destroy America, destroy us. All right, so what you saw there is a moment that was obviously scripted. That her speech writers were very proud of her to unleash. They're like, okay, so near the end there, you're going to have your I have a dream moment. But instead of, everyone keeps saying you have no plans. Everyone keeps saying you have no plans. We're going to flip that 180 degrees. We're going to say, you're going to have you say, I have a plan for how we can have global peace. I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. And that was purposefully designed to be her viral moment where she's got her plans. She's the woman with the plan. Try and flip that 180 degrees. That's exactly what they clearly were planning that to be her big moment there, to try and change the entire narrative that she's got no plans to I have a plan, I have a plan, I have a plan. As if, like, instead of we're switching over, that we were the joyful warriors, now we're the I have a plan warriors. Why are your plans not effectuated for the last 3.5 years? Oh, I don't know. I hope he hits on that in his closing statement. I have a plan. I just can't do it for the last 3.5 years that I've been in power. I have a plan. I have a plan. And so she says she has plans. I actually have plans. That's how I want him to close out here. He does go last. She goes first. So, but I'll tell you right now, I like the fact that he cut that off and says she has a plan. Take away your guns. She has a plan. she has a plan for that. And that was great. I'm gonna try and go back to that afterwards, after this thing is over, to see how he caught that in the moment, and that was very important. Because otherwise that starts, getting up, oh, look at this great thing that Kamala did with I have a plan moments and stuff like that. And he just basically just boom, right up the wazoo. He shot that right up the wazoo. That was really big key moment for him, I think, to help, because I think she is going to see some steadying of her numbers now. I think that he let her in too much. But that could have given her a surge. And I think that he really sucked the life out of that I have a plan. They'll still probably try to play that clip as being like a moment and carve out his response. But his response was great. His response was great. And that's probably going to go. I would expect them both to go to become part, to become part of the social conversation. Where were we? Please ask about unrealized gains. Yeah, unrealized gains would be a disaster. That's where they charge you money based on money that you've earned and have not yet withdrawn. That would just destroy America. The reason that would destroy America is because that would put us in a position where you have to start borrowing in order to, if you don't pull money out, you start borrowing to pay off taxes. I mean, it's so you don't have that money to create and innovate. Instead, you have to actually slow down your development because you have to pay taxes. It would be disastrous. It's such a socialist perspective. Whew. Wow. Let me check over here, make sure I didn't miss any. I've tried pulling up rants by copying and pasting them and moving them over into my thing and bringing it up as if I said them. So to get you, Denise and RPP, your rants that came in here. I think that we're back.
Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline.
Now give
We're
hope.
being laughed
Give
at
hope.
all over the world.
Give hope.
All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
What? First and foremost, I want to say this. The moderators, very fair. I thought they were much fairer than everyone anticipated. They were going to be leaning in and protecting Kamala. I think putting abortion as the second topic was a little way of protecting her. And there was one time that they called him out and said that he was lying, which he wasn't actually, when they talked about the whole when he talked about late-term abortions where they do lead them to die. So I do think that was them trying to protect her and buffer her, and it helped. That was a time when she really needed it. When it comes to the questions they asked and the nature of the questions and allowing them to each have their rebuttals when they were demanding it, I think that they were very fair. I think they were very fair. And you have to tip your cap to David and Lindsay. I think her name is Lindsay. You have to tip your cap to them. Oh, wait, there's more here. What's happening? Oh, they're showing the initial moment. That's what happened. That's what I think. So I think that overall, I think they did a good job as far as being fair in that regard. I think that I'll tell you right now, she definitely did not get she definitely started very weak and she got stronger. You can't deny that. She got stronger as time went on. Now, I think in the last half hour, I think he felt stronger to me. He started, the first 15 minutes seemed to belong to him. The next 45 minutes seemed to belong to her. The last half hour seemed to belong back to he took back control down the stretch there. I like the fact that he hit her finally in his closing remarks about how, hey, look, why didn't you do it? Where were you? You've been there for 3.5 years. All these things you will do, you will do, you will do. You've been there for 3.5 years. That's a key thing that Americans clearly care a great deal about. You look at that polling from the New York Times. They say we need a change. They say we need things to be different. And he's basically saying she's more of the same. And that's what America has already registered as their vote, as not registered as their vote, but that's where America's sentiment seems to be. And he's leaning in on that, which is exactly what he needs to lean in on. I do think he spent way too much time on the defensive. I talked about that during the first break where I was like, look, he's really sounding far too defensive. He's much better when he's offensive and talking about all the problems that they've caused. And I think you all agree. Do any of you disagree with me on that? That he's much better on the offensive than he is on defensive? When he starts saying they came after me here on the convictions or they did this to me or whatever, and it starts talking about the last election, it's like, just stop. Just stop. Sometimes it's better to not even answer the question or give like a 20-second answer. You don't have to go the full 2 minutes. No, that's it. There's no reason to be talking about this. And, I like the fact that he hit her on the fact that you talk about saving democracy. Why are you even standing here? You didn't get a single vote. You got no votes. Why are you here? You talk about preserving democracy. How are you democracy? And to basically, make her question her own legitimacy. I wish that he would have done that more. Make her question her own legitimacy, because she internally, the reason she's so insecure is because she knows that she's not standing there legitimately. She knows that America rejected her over and over and over again. And to play into that, America will reject you again because they never liked you, because you're terrible at what you do. I like the fact that he hit her on the fact that she's like, I went in there 3 days beforehand, before Putin went in. He's like, yep, and you failed. And you failed. You were a failure. And you go in there 3 days later, there's a war. You call that success? That's what you consider success. I guess we have different yardsticks for what success is. And I agree with you on this, that it gave her no chance to rebut it. And it was closer than it should be. It was. It was. You say it's bad for Harris? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. America, I think, didn't know where she stood on anything, and now they might feel like they do. I hope you're right, for sure. Maybe if this debate she'll agree to another. Who knows? Most expensive healthcare in the world is called the Affordable Care Act. Don't worry, our leaders are honest people in no one's pocket, of course. Kinda? Kinda a little? Kinda a little? Now, there's going to be responses. There's rebuttals to all this. Should we hear from... Let's hear from Tim Walls.
About an economy that moves us forward, moves all of us forward, lets everybody be a part of it. And she continued to lay that out, whether it's reproductive freedom or how we start small businesses or making home ownership easier. And on the other side, you saw a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump, angry, unhinged, and as you've been discussing, talking about things that are deeply concerning because they make no impact on the American public. He shouldn't be anywhere near the White House. And I have to tell you, if it weren't so dangerous, it reminds you of an old man yelling at the clouds. That was his thing. Get off my yard. That's what he did all night. Contrast that.
This dude's weird. What's his mouth?
Everything matters. So I think the whole country can see what happened tonight. We'll keep pushing forward. That's the way that the country wants to see our politics be. She laid it out clearly. Donald Trump brought nothing tonight. Anger, resentment.
Governor Walz, I do want to ask you, she did not answer questions on abortion restrictions. She never really answered that question. Can you clear that up?
Oh, yeah, can you?
Where the Harris-Walz ticket stands on that?
Certainly, and you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade, what was the law of the land
What is that?
for 52 years. You saw this in there.
Roe versus Wade doesn't say whether or not. It says that states can actually kill someone in the 9th month.
Nearly
And it wasn't the law of the
having
land.
sepsis
Planned
twice
Parenthood was
because
the
she
law.
can't get
They
the care.
overtook Roe v.
She's been
Wade.
absolutely clear on this. Everything Donald Trump said, that is untrue. The clarity of this is Roe. When you have Roe, you have the protections in place where women make their own decisions with their healthcare providers, not.
Look, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. It's difficult for me to listen to this clown. He sounds like such a joke. I hope you're right about this. I don't think it's her first impression for most people. I think people have heard it before. Oh, let's hear from
where you came up. Donald Trump was asked if he would veto a national abortion ban. He didn't answer the question, suggested, I guess, that he wouldn't. And then it was pointed out that you, in fact, said not that long ago that he would veto a national abortion ban. Can you explain the mix-up here?
Well, I think the president's been very clear that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. I think in some ways he finds the question a little bit ridiculous because why are we asking him about legislation that's never going to actually happen and why he would veto it or not veto it when he says very explicitly that he doesn't support a national abortion ban and he wants these policies to be made by the states. But I think there's a deeper and more important issue here in this debate, which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people can't pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for how she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on her record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why won't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels take over the southern border. This is a disgrace, Senator, what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources, but Kamala Harris's leadership is squandering the great benefits of this country. It's why we've got to get back to Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear and he said something different than what you said. That's why I was seeking clarification. But let me ask you about this. We're just very quickly. I heard Donald Trump before this debate describe Kamala Harris as, I'll just read a few of them, a low IQ individual, somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity to be president, really dumb, unable to put two sentences together. True. Is that what you saw on the stage tonight?
John, what I saw was a lot of slogans. I think the American people are smart, and Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children. She repeats these ridiculous platitudes where if you actually think about what she said, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. She talks a lot about her plans, but then her plans, when you analyze the substance, don't make any sense. And more importantly, John, the American people don't get fed on plans. She has been the vice president for 3.5 years. What she can't do, refuses to do, and has no ability to do is to say, I accomplished lower prices because she didn't, or I accomplished lower housing prices because she didn't, or I secured the southern border because she didn't do that. She has failed as vice president, and the fundamental question is, do we want to give her a promotion? I think the answer has to be no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us. Mary.
One thing both sides can agree on, this was a consequential night in this race. More reaction when we come back. Stay with us.
Tim Walz has no right to demean Trump. He dumped new taxes upon Minnesotans. Home evaluations are twice as much as only 3 years. Walz spent our state's $18 billion surplus, leaving us now over $8 billion in debt. He should be fired. He's terrible. He's really terrible. He's a disaster. She took over a week to prepare for this debate. If she was high IQ, it would it take a week? Seriously. This is what was shared by Cash. This was pretty funny. This was great. That is great. Thank you, Cash. Thank you so much. So I'll tell you this, Philip, if you heard me, no, it wasn't you, Timothy. Timothy's saying, if one can believe anything she said, she did better than expected. She didn't do better than I expected. I told you, I don't think she's going to, I didn't think she would collapse here. I didn't think she would collapse. She really did about as well as I expected her to do. Frankly, I was hoping that he would do a little bit better than he did. He was okay. But in the middle there, he seemed too defensive to me. Now, Barrett, I still think it was a wash. I think that it was pretty even. The question is, what does that do? And this is something that is a little bit difficult, I think, for any pollster or political pundit to accurately project. And here's why. Okay, because I'm always trying to be as real as I can with you guys. We know that her numbers, I anticipate her numbers going down because everyone's like, what the hell, who are you? What are you talking about? This whole joy thing and the country sucks. I think that we might see, this is what I expect to see. I expect to see a slight bump back for Kamala in the wake of this debate. I do, because I think that Americans will feel like, all right, now I've heard her perspectives, and he seems kind of angry, and I think that we'll start seeing, we might start seeing a slight tilt back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think we might start to see a slight tilt back in her favor over the next week or two. However, as the economy continues to suck, I think this was enough of a wash here. And there was, enough good moments for Trump here, and the finish there, especially, which I agree with V Radio, very significant to finish with, like, why haven't you done anything better? When Americans have to pay their mortgage next month, that's when I think you'll start to see those numbers start to slide precipitously for Kamala, because people have forgotten about tonight. They've forgotten about this whole debate thing and the frustration with the economy. At the end of the day, it's always the economy. It's always the economy. Always. It's always the economy. As great as Trump was for 4 years, economy tanked in his last 9 months. It's always the economy. Always. That's the only reason it was as close as it was. Most of you think he won. I understand. I'm right there with you. My point is, it wouldn't have been even close. Why was it even close? It's the economy. It's always the economy. Always. So I think as we start getting closer, when you have to pay another month's mortgage in October, people forget whoever was swayed by the platitudes that she was throwing out there about we need a bright and shiny America and all that other stupidity that she threw out there, or he's racist, or he's friends with Putin and all this other stupidity, or I can't believe she had the audacity to throw out the very fine people hoax. She basically listed off all the different hoaxes, like one hoax after another. I'm sitting there like, he calls us suckers and losers. I think she mentioned also, it's like, and I like my war here is to not get caught. She threw out every one of those stupid things. And to me, that it's like she literally is dusting. She took out like Hillary's playbook there, and she okay, here. Suckers and losers. It's like what is happening here? What is happening here? You saw over and over again Hillary's influence in preparation for this. I don't think that's effective. I don't think that's effective. I think worse than her punching him was his angry tone sometimes. especially during that segment between 15 minutes and an hour in, where he started taking a defensive, angry tone. I was getting very, very upset with this. Very upset when he was hitting on when they were talking about drug prices and stuff like that, and that was during the last half hour. I thought he could have kiboshed her by basically saying, I got drug prices lower than anyone ever by writing an EO, and I compelled pharmacies to match the lowest price for Americans that they charge anywhere for each drug that they charge anywhere in the world. And like that, insulin prices dropped. What did you guys do? Day one, you said, oh, it's got Trump's name on it. Let's rip this up. All of a sudden, jack up. Just because of my name on it, you decide we're going to jack up prices on millions of Americans, millions of poor Americans, just because it had my name on it. It was my EO. And you've been spent the last 4 years trying to figure out how to fix that mess with moderate, with tiny little incremental, like nicks and dents at the leviathan of problems you created just by ripping up that EO. And you still haven't fixed it. Because you're so self-involved that something has my name on it, you have to rip it up no matter how great it is for Americans. So I thought he had a great opportunity to do that. Totally let it go by. Let it just go, walk right by. He could have just powered that out of the park. I was sure he was gonna. I was like, here he comes. Come on. Talk about America first, EO. Talk about it. No, didn't come. It's frustrating. So at the same time, I think during the last half hour, he was stronger than she was. She started backpedaling a little bit more, and she was like, she looked like she was like more desperately flailing than she was, like, hitting him with different punches during that middle segment there. But yeah, he could have. The axe was there to cut the head off of this race. He could have cut off the head of the snake, and I feel like he didn't do it enough. And he may have opened the door for at least a temporary bump for her. I think she might get a temporary bump over the next week or two. I really do. Because I think Americans feel like, all right, now I know more about Kamala. She fleshed out her perspectives a little bit. I know about her opportunity zones, which is a total ripoff from Trump. $50,000 plan for new business owners and $25,000 for homeowners and all those other $1 trillion plans that she's planning on wasting our money on. At least people will feel like maybe she does have some sort of direction. I don't know. She seemed to avoid the phrase price gouging when she was hit on the economy. So maybe she's been scared off of that talking point. Janelle Arella, she sounded strong only when she was on the same line she spewed for years. Debunk lie after debunk lie. Mods never called out a single one. That's true. That is true. When I said that they were fair, what I'm saying is they asked her some tough questions. They did. They set up some tough questions for her. They set up some tough questions for him. They did. And maybe she had tough questions beforehand. They claim she didn't. I don't know that she did. But that wouldn't be the first time that a Democrat was spoon-fed the questions beforehand. But some of the questions they asked her were tough. Could the woke feminist meme collect on her likeness rights? I don't. Why do you ask me questions that you know are not my area of expertise? I don't know. Neither asked for a vote, and she said to attend his rallies. Being friendly with your enemy is a good thing. That means you can actually come to the negotiation table. I totally agree with you on that. I think that's something. It's a sign of strength. I'm not afraid of you. She didn't. So many questions she avoided answering altogether. So many questions. Oh, a second here. RPP says, nuclear bomb delivered, but a little short. Hope it hits home. He was a bit lacking on the hope for anything, just hypercritical. As for mods, not fair, fact checked. Okay, well, like I said, I think that when he was giving his closing, I liked where he started. I was like, finish with hope. That's what you always wanted to finish with. Like, you elect me. What I was hoping his closing line, ideal closing line, would have been like, if somehow she gets reelected, it means 4 more years of famine. And if you bring me in, whereas when I win, it's going to be 4 years of feast. That's where you close. Boom. You don't have to explain it anymore. And that's America's choice now, feast or famine. Boom. That's it. That just destroys, it ends the entire conversation. And that's where he needed to stick the landing. And he didn't. Instead, he was just still barking about her at the end. Really? Really? I'm looking to see if I think we normally get rebuttals. I mean, we saw rebuttals from each of the vice presidential nominees, but, we didn't see a rebuttal. Normally there's like a whole speech thing that comes afterwards. So I guess those rebuttals come after the State of the Union. So I really I can't stomach that guy. I hate Tim Walz. I really hate Tim Walz. Whew. I want to see what others are saying. Let's hear from others that I like and respect. I'm going to check up. Let me check up on some people here. Call me a misogynist, but I think she's short up her undecided female voters in the short term, simply because they're incapable of accountability and gaslight themselves to believe word salad lies. That's the cynicism which we tend to worry about. I understand why you feel that way, because we've seen that happen too many times. So that has to be a concern. Let me see something here. Let me see if I can pull this up for you. Let's see what's going on over here.
Imported to a town of 58,000 people. That's an invasion, and that is treasonous or traitorous.
That's 500,000, and that's out of 500,000 Haitians. And if you know anything about the Haitian culture and history, it's why I got the Black Jacobins book behind me about the Haitian Revolution. Due to the unusual, brutal nature of slavery there, led to an unusually brutal revolution there. It's just different in Haiti.
I didn't like it.
It's cultural. Like somebody will say, this is trying to be racial. It's not racial at all.
I didn't like that.
Really cultural.
He started accusing the Haitians of eating pets. It's like, why go into that? You know that's going to be fact checked. You knew that was going to be fact checked. Nobody knows if that's true or not. Why is he going into that? I don't understand it. Someone explain to me. Why? I don't understand.
So the voodoo that comes from New Orleans comes from when.
Right, no respect to them. I don't want to talk about Haitians. I don't really care about that. I think that's such a temporary story right now. I don't think anyone cares about the pets. I don't think anyone cares about the pets of Springfield, Ohio. Like, that's not what America is voting on. I wish he didn't go there. Well, I see what you did with this joke, Master Phillips. I see what you did there. Who cares? Who cares? Like, trust me, I have enough problem with illegal aliens that flooding across our border that if they were not eating our pets, I would want them removed. I don't think anyone is okay, even on the left, is okay with how many illegal aliens we have. So why do you need to go into this element of it? It's like, even if it's completely untrue, now what do they get to say? They get to say, oh, look, this is totally debunked. It's not true. Stop worrying about illegal aliens, you freaking racist. Like, why give them? You don't open up your face to a punch. You don't do that especially when it's on a topic that you're winning hands down. Like, be politically strategic here, for crying out loud. Understand, everyone's on your side on this topic. Why go one step further? Why go one step further and say they're eating the pets? Like, now you get to them and say, oh, it's not so bad. They're not eating the pets. You're lying. And you're just liar, pants. Like, why? Why do that? There's no upside. There's just no upside on it at all. It's not a matter of what's wrong with the truth. It's a matter of we don't know whether that's true or not. Some people say it's true. We know that we know that there's a lot of reports from the local officials there which are denying it. So that you're opening yourself up to basically be called a liar who's exaggerating about problems. And you don't need on a problem that you don't need to risk anyone being able to call you exaggerating. It's just a matter of, like, there's nothing wrong. I'll talk to you about it. I brought it up last night. I was like, I don't know. And I said, well, how did I bring it up? I said, I don't know if this is true. I don't know if it's not true. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not true. Here's the different videos going around. Here's the dialogue. I didn't jump in with both feet saying they're eating the pets. I didn't do it because there's no reason, because I don't know that they are. You see videos. Well, if I saw videos of Viva Fry eating a cat, I'd be like, that's a lie. That's crap. It's not true. It never happened. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you're saying I see a video. This is why I know some guy I never heard of before who's claiming he saw someone eat pets. Okay. It's like, why? You know, just stay away from it. You know, no one asked you to talk about it. Just talk about how disastrous it is that we have people streaming across our border. We don't know who they are. They're coming. You brought up how they're coming from 170 different countries. That's all good. You brought up about how there are millions and millions. We have no idea how many of them are here, that they welcome them in here, that they basically opened up our borders. And now she's trying to put on a MAGA hat and say, let's build a wall. It's so bad. It's so bad. And she realized it's so bad that now she wants trying to shut it down. I mean, the moderators were practically on his side about this topic, saying you're flip-flopping on this whole wall thing. Like, well, just like, so now if let's imagine for a second there was no place on the planet called Springfield, Ohio. Would the problem with the border be any less of a problem? No, it's not helping. If it's not helping, why open yourself up to being called a liar? I just don't understand it. You have to be strategic. It could be fun for us to talk about. You don't say it in a debate. Forget about the liberal cat ladies. He's saving cats. Unless he's going to go running through Springfield, holding a couple of kittens, and actually do that for real rather than via AI. I don't think any cat ladies are going to be on his side. No one, it's such a nothing story, though. Yes. Okay. Let me see. I remember a commercial from when I was a kid for Secret. And the whole slogan of Secret, at least back then, was strong enough for a man, made for a woman, or something like that. So, and they would have someone like look at the camera and like all of a sudden, like, and I remember there was one where this woman said, I'm a fashion designer, and there's 3 rules to fashion. Never wear wool in the summer. Never wear wool in the summer. Never confuse fad with fashion, and never let them see you sweat. And the reason I remember this is because at the time I was like, I'm not sure I know what the difference between fad and fashion is, but I do know what it is now. A fad is something it's here today, it's gone tomorrow. Fashion is a whole style that's going on for a long time. In this context, the story of cats being eaten in Springfield by Haitians is a fad. The story of 20 million illegal aliens destroying our country is a fashion. Don't worry about fads. Don't worry about that. Especially if the fads have some question. There's some people are questioning its legitimacy. You know what I'm saying? Am I the only one who thinks that this was a bad thing for him to bring up? You love that he said that. Okay, now I gotta have a poll. I'm having a poll. Should he have brought up the pets? Maybe you all disagree with me. I'm gonna. It's not trying to sell himself to you. He has your vote. We're doing a poll. We're doing a poll. We're doing a poll. Can't believe that this is what came out of this debate. Should Trump have brought up the Haitians eating pets in Springfield issue? Yes, no, or doesn't matter. We should question how Haitians afford driving around new vehicles. That's a good question. That'd be fine. Or the money that she keeps dropping on these Haitians and anyone else who's coming across the border. That would be great. That would be great. Question why they weren't forced to take the test first and then point out a 13-year-old boy, a Haitian murdered hitting a bus in Ohio. There you go. There you go. There you go. I'm totally fine with that. You can bring up Haitians all you want. Thank you, Kathy. That was random. Don't underestimate people's love for pets because you have none. Okay, first and foremost, big fan of dogs. Massive fan of dogs. The only reason I don't have a dog is because I wouldn't have my children. Half my children would not come to my house if I had a dog. But I happen to love. I expect that one day I'm going to have this fight. After my youngest moves out of the house, I'm going to be like, we need dogs. We need 2 dogs. 2, not 1. Not those little puppy chihuahua things. I want one that I can I can wind up, throw a ball as far as I can, and have my dog catch it before it hits the ground. That's what I want. All right? I'm thinking like a Dane, a Great Dane. I know Lady Lawgic would love a Golden Retriever. Maybe an Alaskan Husky. But it's not their pets that are being eaten. It's not their pets. If it was their pets being eaten, then they would care. It's not their pets being eaten. Happy BD at Brandon. Happy birthday, Brandon, and your delicious pet. Happy birthday, Brandon. And your delicious pet. Don't be bummed. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. When she brought up helping East Palestine, Ohio, Lahaina, Maui, yet sent billions to 2 wars, also hitting on her prosecution record in California, missed good points. Yeah, these are all points that could have come up. There's no such thing as a normie. There's no such thing as a normie. No such thing as a normie. And now I gotta see how. Now I gotta see. It's neck and neck on the. Do you think Okay. Do you think that people who have pets only and no kids, what percentage of them do you think are ever going to vote for Trump? People choose not to have kids. They choose not to have kids and instead have pets. That they're now going to vote for Trump because of the Haitian pet story. How many votes is that winning? Is it winning you one vote? Make me understand it. Walk me through the pet thing. Walk me through it. I don't know how it is that I'm the only one who doesn't understand this. Tell me how I missed it. What am I missing here? What am I missing? I understand it's decidedly abnormal. I get that. I understand that that's a weird, crazy thing. Yeah, this is a really big deal. It's a really big deal. Everyone on the left thinks that's a big deal because all those Swifties, they're all voting Trump, right? All the people who actually care about her opinion, none of them were really sure which way she was going to go. None of them were sure. Now it's like, now I'll vote for Kamala. The left has been. There's a guy I'm in this chat for like people who share like news stories. Okay, it's this chat. What's it called? I'm not going to open up into the chat because I'm not going to violate anyone's. This is it. Breaking news spaces. This is. You see this over here? This chat over here. This is my messages. So this is breaking news spaces. Okay, so this guy you see here, Jared Silver. He's like this, he's like Republican for Trump. Republican for Kamala. He's a Republican. He's basically a Lincoln Log guy. Okay, he claims. I don't know. I think he's like crazy liberal, but he's like 20 years old. I think I had him on my show here once. Okay, he's along the ride. He's along for the ride with you guys. With like Robin Dopp, and as far as saying, just wait till Taylor Swift comes in and endorses Kamala, it's game over. Like, what are you out of your freaking mind? Like, nobody knows who she's supporting now. Like, seriously, nobody. Like, oh, that's gonna change a lot. It's gonna change a lot of minds. It's gonna shock the world. I hope that we can get. It's like we're sitting there hoping that we might get Taylor's endorsement. People are childish. Toxoplasmosis. What am I? Toxoplasmosis. This is some cat disease that can affect. What that eating cat gives people toxoplasmosis? What the heck? I don't. Okay. I don't know what to do with that, Ben. It's a very visceral mental image to associate with the danger that comes with random people from third world countries being brought here. Okay, here we go. Now people are trying to sell me on this idea. Do you know that TYT was reporting 3 months ago that the number one topic in a poll taken in Maryland, the number one issue, according to people in Maryland, in independent, independents, Republicans, and Democrats, number one issue that they said facing this country was immigration. It's already a super big deal, the illegal aliens. That's why I'm saying you can hit on the known fears without raising some brand new potential fear. I was going to say, this is like most Swifties. It's like, oh no, he's not going to get the 12-year-old vote. Yeah, I'd take RFK over Taylor Swift 1,000 times. Missing nothing, Joe. He'd stitch his foot in his mouth. He'd stick his foot in his mouth. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Toxoplasmosis mind controls you into wanting to pet the cat. Wait, is that real? I don't even see that here. You're playing with me. It's not true. That's not true. Fine, I'll take your calls so you can yell at me that I don't know what I'm talking about with the whole thing. I'll take some calls from you guys about this debate. But I need to see people hitting the like and subscribe. I need to see that happening. My phone lines are back open again. If you want to sell me on this whole thing being the right call to bring it up, go ahead. Argue with me about it. He said he thinks it was his best debate ever, especially since it was 3-on-1. All right. I thought they would be far worse. I thought the questions would be far worse. So they're fact-checking him and not her. You know that was going to happen. Relative to where the questions could have been, I thought the questions could be disastrous. Disastrous. Anyway, that number is 972-454-0703. 972-454-0703. Whew. Gosh. But where was I? There was a couple of other things I wanted to go over with respect to the debate.
Call from.
I'm a nigger.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Yeah. All right. That guy's blocked.
Call from.
Janelle.
Janelle, how are you?
Hey.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm watching you.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh,
Hold on
I must be behind a little.
Yeah. Mute that.
I am.
I'm going
Sorry.
to tell you, if any of you want to know the phone number of that racist who just tried calling in here, his phone number is 409. I'm not making this up. His phone number is 409-333-5554. Okay. So if you want to harass a racist, in fact, I'm actually going to change. I'm going to change what my. If you want to harass a racist, in that case, you can basically text him. He's a crazy racist, okay? If you want to harass a racist, his phone number is 409 333 5554. Call my show. 172. Oh, hold on a second. Did I get that number wrong? Damn it! Damn it! It's not, I got the wrong number. Dang it!
Oh no!
No! Damn it! Ah! All right, forget that phone number.
As long as you didn't give them my number.
I didn't give him your number. No, my thing had jumped down on me. It's not that number. It's not that number.
Oh. I hope that's not an active number.
I don't know what that is. That guy's not a racist. That's definitely not. It's definitely not. It's definitely not that guy. I'm not even kidding about it. I'm really serious. It's not that. I'm glad I didn't post that. I almost posted it. Oh, that would have been a disaster. Oh my God.
Are you posting the right number now?
No, because I got like 3 numbers here. I don't remember which one it was.
Oh no!
If he calls back.
Yeah, don't give him mine to harass. I've had this number forever. I don't want to lose it.
I'm not giving them yours. I guess he's on notice now. So there you go. That was pretty funny, right? What a disaster.
It's pretty terrifying.
Yeah. That's someone who that's someone who called me like 3 hours ago. Oh my God.
Oh, man.
My cursor, my scroller jumped down, so it looked like it was the last number that called. Son of a gun.
Oh my God.
Yeah. How you doing tonight, Janelle?
That ruins people's lives, you know.
Well,
I'm good.
Someone wants to call into my show. They're trying to basically get me yeeted by doing something like that.
Yeah, that was bullshit.
They're trying to get me yeeted.
Pretty bad.
So if someone's going to do that, I have no problem basically sicking a couple of thousand people on that guy. But that wasn't the right.
You sounded like a grown man.
Yeah. Right.
What kind of grown man does something like that? It's ridiculous.
I don't know.
Okay.
Anyhow.
The pet thing.
Yeah, the pet thing. Sell me on the pet thing. Why it was a good thing for him to bring up a story that that city officials are denying to be from it being true.
Well, the city officials are lying.
Okay.
Just like the mayor in Colorado was lying. He came out and lied about what was going on.
Okay.
Had to backtrack on that, I think, right?
Okay.
But I mean, crazy cat ladies are called crazy cat ladies for a reason, right? If you have a house full of cats, you're probably not going to go out and vote unless you find out that somebody might come eat your cats or is eating any cats anywhere.
Crazy cat ladies are voting for Kamala.
I don't know.
No, they
you underestimate the craziness of the crazy cat lady.
JD Vance has a whole thing where he basically talked about how childless cat ladies are ruining the country. They're not voting for Trump. Okay? They're not.
I don't know.
They're not
voting. I don't know. They're crazy for a reason. Maybe not. But did he lose any votes with that? I think really people are going to, that story's going to stick in people's minds and they're going to go, what is he talking about? And look it up and find out it's true. I watched Robert Gouveia today and he had a segment on it and there's police body cam footage of them arresting a woman and having the cat taken away.
I heard that.
Because she... Oh, you did? Okay.
Black woman where they says, show me your teeth?
I don't think so. I think they found her laying in a yard with a dead cat and she was eating it. And I don't even know if she was cooking it. And the cop says, call somebody to take this cat away.
That's not something I saw.
Okay.
So that's
I think I saw that on Robert's show.
If any of you have a copy of that video, please let me know, and I'll try to pull that up. The one with there's a black woman who they'll be like, "What are you doing? What are you doing to that cat?" And then he basically shines like a flashlight on it. He says, "Show me your teeth. Show me." She shows her teeth and they're covered in blood, and yeah, that was not in Springfield. That was supposedly in Canton, Ohio. That was debunked as being so.
I don't know if that was the same one or not. I didn't see the part about the.
That was a day.
I don't remember it.
During a day or night. What time of day was it?
It was at night. It was at night. But it was police body cam footage. But yeah, there was a cop shining a flashlight, so maybe I missed part of it or don't remember it. I don't know.
So I need to pull it up.
But then they showed.
Yeah.
But then they showed them, Haitians walking down the street with geese that they had just killed at a park, and they had beheaded them.
That I believe they're doing.
And then yeah. So, I mean, that's what they're saying. And then in Ohio, if you saw this, they had a woman speaking at, I guess it was the city council or something, talking about how these Haitians they're squatting in her yard, in her front yard, and she can't get rid of them. And they're threatening her day and night. They yell threats at her. They have mattresses and trash in her front yard. And she was terrified. I don't think she was making that up, but it was in the same town.
I'm not sure.
And I think if people, heard what he said, it might pique enough curiosity that people go pay attention to it and go, holy crap. And the pet industry is huge, so you can't underestimate people's love for their pet. I mean, they call them their children.
I understand that. I understand that. You think that that's more significant than people getting murdered by illegal aliens?
To some people.
I don't think
to
so.
some people I do.
I don't think
do.
I don't think to those people you're going to get Trump's going to get their vote. So you have to basically think about the target market, your target market there. Those people, you're talking about the lunatics, who actually think. You have to be a lunatic to think that someone murdering cats is as bad as murdering people. And those lunatics,
we have a lot of lunatics.
Those lunatics are hardcore lefties. They're not voting for Trump.
I think you're right. I don't know, but I don't think it lost him anything really in the whole scheme of things.
It just was part of the whole pattern during that section of time where he's just fighting against everyone and he's trying to and she's gaining her footing. And I just don't like the fact that, it's like all of a sudden you make her feel confident that, hey, this is something I know that I can come after him for. So you don't want to give her that feeling that she can land a blow on you. She came out so weak and so stupid looking and so swallowing and bobbleheading and I don't know, and the economy thing.
As soon as she opened her mouth,
the economy question was just a kapow in the kisser. Out of the gate, she was completely screwed over, and it's like then the abortion thing helped her get her footing, and the next thing you know, we're talking about immigration, and immigration is an area she should be getting destroyed, and that's an area that was during the part of her strength, and in part it's because he's sitting there defending catty or attacking catty.
Yeah, he only made one comment about it, but I do wish that he had made a comment about the executive order undoing what he did with prescriptions, especially for diabetes, because so many blacks in this country have diabetes and they don't have that much money.
Yes.
And that,
that
would have helped.
You win points. That's where you win points.
Yeah.
Here's another place you win points. He was even asked a question that he ended up dodging this question, and his answer that he should have given, if he actually answered the question, was 1,000 times more effective than the argument that he made. And this is where he
about abortion?
No, not on abortion. On the bill that he supposedly helped crush, which is that bill.
Oh yeah,
that bill would have forced our borders to be open forever, and he never said that.
Yeah,
and I've heard him say it at rallies. And instead he just started going up in all these different directions. And I'm like, why just answer the question? Your answer to that question is a million times better than this whole thing where you're talking about people coming in from different countries and stuff like that. Answer the question. Why did you kill the border bill? Yeah. Because when you answer that question, it helps expose that what she's standing here saying is a great response that she came up with and that you crushed. You explain how I saved America from that, from you. I've already saved America once from you and your stupid, pathetic, self-destructive policies that you're hoping to implement. Instead, he starts talking about the Haitians, and that's when he started going up on the whole pet eating thing. I'm like, oh, for freak's sake, just answer like you would at a rally. because he said that at a rally that would have kept our border open forever. And that's what all you have to explain. Maybe they would ask him to follow up and explain on that, and you can explain on that. You know what? 1,400 people a day would be mandated that the president must admit 1,400 illegal aliens every single day, which is 42,000 people every single month, which is 500,000 people a year. I must admit, if under that plan to stop immigration, she was trying to force open our border to mandate that we must admit in 500,000 people every single year. That's what she wanted. That's her. Yeah. That's what she considers stopping the border. Is that not much more effective than starting to talk about freaking cats being eaten in Springfield?
I know. Yeah, that one really bothered me because I think that could have hurt him.
Yeah.
More than any of the other things is that he's going after immigration, and she accuses him of killing a bill.
Yeah.
And he doesn't come back on it.
He didn't answer
that one kind of hurt most.
It hurt a lot. It hurt a lot because, and then she's able to paint him as being selfish, as being self-interested. Yep. That you put yourself above the country. The country has this problem, and you're like, don't fix it now. And he doesn't even answer the question. It was terrible. It was really that I was dying because there's such a phenomenal answer that he just skirted. He just lost his train of thought and started talking about things that were unnecessary. It was just very.
Yeah, that's the one that bothered me most. Yeah.
Anyway,
but,
I appreciate the call.
It's easy to say when you're watching, but.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, get a pet. Start with something small. Get yourself a pug, something very harmless and adorable.
Okay, let me explain. Here's the problem. Okay, on the pet thing, I have one of my second son has been attacked twice by dogs.
Oh my God! You never told us that before.
He's terrified of dogs.
Was he hurt badly?
No. Like one of them, like
terrified. It's scary.
One of them, like one dog, like really like chased him down and managed, he was running for his life from a dog, and that happened to him twice.
Oh.
So now, and his siblings, two of his siblings saw it happen. So they're
big dogs, I'm guessing.
All three of them are just terrified of dogs. And no, we never want to be. And if you have a dog, we're not going to come visit. That's how bad they are against dogs. Which is
start them off small. A pug, no pug has ever hurt anyone. No Chihuahuas bite, but no pug has ever hurt anyone. And they'll fall in love.
Yeah.
And slowly they'll get over it. They'll go, okay. See, my parents had pit bulls when my son was 2, and I didn't speak to them after they got this one. I didn't speak to them for 8 weeks, and I ended up loving that dog more than I loved my own sisters.
Yeah. I happen to be with Sherry Lawgic on this. That I don't think small dogs are dogs. I think they're
all right. Well,
small dogs are hamsters.
All right. Well, go take somebody else's call. Thanks for talking to me.
Have a great night, Janelle Arella.
You too, Joe. Bye.
Bye. It's only today. I was today years old when I learned that Janelle Arella was not Janelle Villegas. I always thought they were the same person and that she changed her name. So I was today years old when I learned that I was mistaken on that. Man. Whew.
Call from Denise.
Denise, I got you.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Let me grab someone else because I got you earlier.
Call from.
This is Thad the Man.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Thad the Man.
First of all, go ahead.
No, it's a privilege to hear your voice always, Thad. If this is your first time hearing Thad the Man, if you're watching the show and this is your first time hearing Thad the Man, I'm just going to tell you, you will mark your life based on before the time you knew Thad the Man and after the time that you knew Thad the Man. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I think you're worrying about 3 minutes of the debate. You had a whole debate, and you're focusing on 3 minutes, which a lot of people probably just blew off.
Fair. That's fair.
And we don't know what independents think. Like, for example, when you said he could have talked about that bill and that it allowed immigration. We're thinking that. We're pro-Trump. We're thinking that. The other people are, the independents don't know. You don't know what they think. I thought visually she looked bad.
Early on, she did. Early on, she did.
Well, all the time, her looks were just bad. And who was it? Robert Barnes. You showed that thing, and I switched over to his channel for a bit. He pointed out Trump never made eye contact with her. It was a sort of domination thing where he wouldn't give her the respect, where he wouldn't lift her up to his stature.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Frank Luntz is not a Trump fan.
Yeah.
See, that's what I do. Is I go out. I don't go out and listen to what Trump fans say about how great Trump was. I go out and listen to what Trump haters say about how Trump.
I actually think that's a good idea. I actually think that's a good idea at that. So what?
Yeah.
So what's the left saying today?
So, well, like Harry Sissy is saying whatever Harry Sissy is saying.
What? Are they? Let me ask you this: is Legacy Media not pleased with her performance?
They're sort of spitting it up, but it's very hard to tell with them. But Frank Luntz said she looked bad the whole debate, visually. Verbally, I don't know. Mostly, like Dan said, it was platitudes. And if you're sitting there thinking, I'm paying, what is it now for eggs? $6 for a dozen eggs, or is it $8? I forget. And they're hearing her platitudes. I don't think that's coming across.
That's why I said. I think she'll get a bump now, and then then a month from now, when people have to pay their mortgage, that's when she'll start to fall precipitously. That's what I'm counting on. I agree with you.
By the way, keep your powder dry. There were a lot of people. Who was that guy? Nate Silver said Trump was like a big favorite now, and there were people attacking Nate Silver, and people on the right defending him. And now he's going to change. He's going to say she's the favorite, and now everyone on the right who defended him, they're going to say we can't trust Nate Silver. And he said, but you could trust Nate Silver before. So keep your powder dry about what you say, because that's something I think they're really counting on, is for us to overreach and to go further. And that's about it. Oh, I sent you an old picture from an old TV show about the cat thing. You might want to show.
What'd you send me?
A tweet.
Oh, okay.
About the cat thing. About aliens eating cats from an old TV show. You might want to show that to everyone. You might also want to show the other one. With the cat in the MAGA hat saying something about what he'd rather Trump did than being eaten. Because I tweeted this old man.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll try to see if I can find.
You like that? You like that second one, so I know you've seen them both.
All right, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Let me grab the next call, okay?
Okay.
Have a good night, Thad. Thank you. He didn't lose. Yeah, I wouldn't say he won, though. I would call it a draw. Trump says she asked for a second debate. I want to find that because that's an interesting question. Should he say yes? Should he? This to me is actually an interesting thing. This is a very interesting call. Should he say yes? I think he should say, you want this one? That's going to be unfriendly turf. Now that you had your debate, now you want to have one? Now it's got to be unfriendly turf. And not on ABC News. Do you think that this is a sign she thinks she won or that she lost? If I think she thought she lost, then she'd be desperate to have another one. I want to see him saying that. Let me check out True Social here. This is from Elise Stefanik, saying President Trump delivered a powerful America First message directly to the American people, focusing on reining in inflation and strengthening our economy, securing our border and peace through strength foreign policy. Kamala Harris tried to hide from her radical record supporting banning fracking, raising taxes, defunding the police, opening the border. But President Donald Trump correctly held her accountable for failed Kamalanomics. Fueling inflation, her role as Joe Biden's open border czar, and her weakness in the world stage. The ABC moderators were not journalists. They were pro-Kamala activists who baselessly attacked President Trump, leading to a 3-on-1 debate while allowing Kamala to lie repeatedly. President Trump won overwhelmingly and will win again on Election Day. All right. I'll tell you this, they could have been much harder on him. They could have been. If you thought that was 3-on-1, we've seen much worse than that. Trump, to me, didn't need to win. He just needed Harris to expose how venomous and corrupt she is, how apathetic too, which I think she did. Okay. The second debate is why I believe Trump looked angry. Build Kamala up so she believes that she will win a second round. Let me check my DM. I'll do that. Thank you.
Everything, and I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had. We're getting polls that show 92 to 6, 88 to 11.
Those polls are on True Social. So, I mean, come on.
We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. They're polls, I guess, phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do another one. I wouldn't mind. Did she get into your head tonight, sir? The polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%.
These polls, like I said, those polls are on True. The 90% are on True Social.
So the polls are very good, but beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They've ruined our country. They've destroyed our country. So I hope you're all having a good time. But it was a very interesting evening. Yeah, go ahead. So how when you won tonight, why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself? Well, I think it did, but people said, would I come here? And I
Texas
made
Healer?
an obligation to a couple of people that I'm going to do their show. But it was I thought it was a great night. Mr. President, you talked. I have no idea.
Mr. President, when Republicans are complaining about moderators, does that mean that it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair, the moderators. Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was epic.
I'll try. Can you send that to me?
The moderators would be bad because that right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion, and it always has been. Yeah.
Why will you commit to a second debate with Kamala Harris? If you believe
second debate because she lost tonight very badly, so they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So you don't think about that, but she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see. 71% to like 24 or 25%. We'll look at it. But, all right, wait. So if you still.
All right. Well, I can agree it wasn't Trump's best debate. Kamala didn't come up great at either. Long term, this debate didn't move the needle. I hope you're right. Thank you for this. Thank you for the support there.
Who are clearly biased.
This is from RFK, obviously.
Fortunately, we had moderators who were clearly biased, who were constantly fact-checking Donald Trump. But none of these kind of whoppers that the vice president was saying, and none of her failure to really explain that, answer that first question, that very, very critical first question. They simply sat there on the sidelines and allowed that to pass. Fortunately, we had moderators.
That's true. That is true. That's fair. Those are fair points. Those are fair points. And that's why he needs to have more even-handed moderators. If he's going to agree to a second debate. I gave you one on your turf. Come back to mine now. Come back to mine. Come back to my turf now. Let me see if I can get the spin. I don't even know what the spin room is. We'll see his comments afterwards. What's Fox? God, I hate Fox. YouTube. And I'll share with you this guy's tweet here, which I happen to agree with. Let me pull him up here. This is Red Eagle Politics. This is his take on it. Unpopular but correct opinions tonight. The moderators weren't that bad. Trump won the debate and had the best debate performance of his career. Maybe. I don't know if it was the best of his career. I think that night against Hillary, he was on fire. Kamala did outrun my personal expectations, but came across like Hillary Clinton, the sequel. Very much so. Came across a lot like Hillary Clinton. This debate won't change the race at all. Probably true. By the way, the moderators weren't that bad in the sense that they weren't Chris Wallace in 2020 and that they lit a fire under Trump, which backfired. They weren't good or fair either, but I expected worse. That's exactly what I meant. That's well said. I'm remembering Chris Wallace, where he was just literally punching at Trump the entire night. Some of you might have forgotten that second debate with Biden, where it was just like, where it was, that was insane. And Chris Wallace, who was supposed, everyone was like, oh, he's from Fox. Oh, yeah. He was insane. He was an insane lunatic that night, Chris Wallace. So, yeah. So there you go on that. Hey, Megyn Kelly follows me. Someone was telling me I should check Megyn Kelly, who is blasting. And she was mad at the moderators. Like I said, Moderators could have been worse. They were better than Chris Wallace. There's no question they were much better than Chris Wallace. I am going to put a poll up here. Do you think he should have a second debate? By the way, should Trump have brought up Haitians eating pets in Springfield issue? This is, I never had it so close. Yes, 38%, no, 39%, doesn't matter, 23%. So it's basically 40, 40, 20. All right. Should he accept her request for a second debate? And I know we all want to see it. Let's face it. I mean, I enjoy covering these things. We all enjoy watching them. But I'm going to have it. Is it politically smart for Trump to accept Kamala's request for a second debate? I'm going to have yes, no, and then I'm going to have no unless it is on a friendly network with all right, I'm going to open the phone lines back up again. I'll get your thoughts on that. Should he accept a debate, a request for a second debate? And one thing you should consider is politically, does he almost have to? Does it seem like he's scared of her if he says no?
Call from
Kimmy Hunt.
Hey, Kimmy.
Hi, Joe. It's time to white pill you a little bit.
Oh, okay. I'm Mr. White Pill. Give me the white pill.
Oh, well, you sounded pretty black pill there for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I was only black pill. I'm not black pilled long term. I'm black pilled about the fact that he could have cut her head off tonight, and I feel like he didn't.
I don't think so. I don't think he could have cut her head off, and here's why. It would have looked like a 78-year-old white man cutting off the head of a woman of color.
I don't mean by being more aggressive. I'm saying by being more dominant. He could have been more dominant.
Yes, that's true. I did want to tell you.
Yeah, go on.
I did want to tell you. I don't think anybody really knows it because it just hit about a half an hour before the debate. But the Federalist.com has put out an article, exclusive. Police audio confirms Haitian goose hunting in Ohio.
The Federalist put out an article confirming the Federalist.
They have the audio, the actual, not 911 audio, but the police audio. The guy called the non-emergency number for the police in Springfield. And he's letting them know that there are 4 Haitians that are going down a bike path with 4 geese, dead geese. And there is audio of the report. And there's a police report. So when Springfield government says there's no reporting of any of these ponds, or they said pond or park animals, or
I'm gonna play it now.
People
found
pets.
it. I'm gonna play it right
Okay.
now. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it.
Yeah.
Hey, Robert Hertford from
Oh.
Trump.
Probably.
Can you hear this?
Huge fan. Hey, what is your number one
It's an
tip
advertisement.
for saving money? Easy. Pay off your credit
I can
card
hear
debt
you.
as soon as possible.
Do you hear?
And no
Oh my
way.
No, I
Get
can't hear
that nasty
Let's
out
mute
of
this.
here.
Mute
That is one
yourself.
of the worst.
You can listen there.
Clark County Communications. Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question. This is a non-emergency line, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm sitting here. I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today, and I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand. They got away. I couldn't make out the first 3 of the license plate, but I got the numbers. The last numbers was 9898, and it was a gray Toyota Tacoma they took off on. There was about 4 of them. There was 2 men, 2 women. I couldn't tell the age because I'm in a hurry going to this orientation, so I don't be late.
What direction did they go?
They went up towards the middle of downtown.
Okay, and what path are you on?
Right now, hold on just a second. I'm coming to the intersection of.
The city is long.
Give me a second here.
1 minute, Kimmy.
It says
Still playing.
Water and Warder Street.
Water and Warder. Is that the area you saw them?
Yes.
They took the geese from Water and Water Street? Really? Really?
It was about 2 minutes back behind me. I was trying to get my phone out and trying to make it to this orientation on time. I'm time crunching here. And I saw that. I'm like, yeah, this has got to be reported.
So how many geese did they have?
They each had 1.
All right. It's pretty interesting because I got to tell you, my gut said that they probably.
Now, the Toyota Tacoma did look like a newer model.
Well, you haven't heard about the cats yet. I did see the Facebook post on the Springfield neighborhood Facebook page. Now, the thing about that post is, I don't know if she called the cops or what, but the woman that was saying, please watch out for your pets, she said, my daughter's friend told me blah, blah, blah. So it was, hearsay.
Well, it's always
wouldn't be admissible.
It's always going to be hearsay at this point. It becomes admissible if they come and testify. But yeah, I mean, you never. It's always going to be hearsay until there's an actual trial and then someone comes to testify. But the point is, those aren't pets. Geese are not pets.
Right. I get that, but don't be surprised if it comes to light, because this has come to light. And the city officials were saying there were no reports of pond or park fowl or pets.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that their city officials are definitely covering up something. We know they're covering up something, so they lose their credibility on this issue, and that's a fair critique. You really want to start going into that in the middle of a national debate like this? Is
no. But he was getting flustered at that point, and I think that's why he threw that out there.
Yeah.
But as far as the debate goes, this is going to be done in about 48 hours. Remember, we all thought Billy Bush tape was a big tragedy, and he got elected. So we just, this is just a bump in the road, really. And she performed better than everybody,
Did I not say? I warned you all that she wasn't going to be a disaster. I warned everybody.
Right.
I said she wasn't terrible against Pence. So,
right. And I knew that she was not going to be terrible. But I also knew that, I had a friend over here watching with me, and she's an independent, and she's still not sure. She knows the economy sucks, but she likes the idea of a woman, and she also is pro-abortion.
Well,
so she's sitting the fence.
She finds reasons to try and justify her stupidity, essentially.
Yeah, basically. So she's sitting here watching with me, and I had turned it off from you because she was coming over just to watch the debate, and so I have to go back and watch you to hear what you have to say. And I will. I'll just rewind it and watch it here. But what she said was, oh my God, she's giving women a bad name. She sounds like a fishwife.
What's a fishwife?
She sounds like a fishwife. That's Irish.
Okay, what is a fishwife?
A fishwife is basically a fishmonger's wife, and what she is a very nagging, nasty. My husband can never do anything good. Always complaining. Always putting people down. Putting your husband down. Always stomping on him when he's down. She never builds up, and she said she sounds like a fishwife, and I knew immediately what she meant.
That's encouraging.
She said, "Oh my gosh!" And then as she was leaving, she goes, "I can't vote for Kamala. She's nasty."
Oh, good. That's the way most people. The more time you spend watching her, the less you like her. I want to ask you a quick question, and then I gotta let you go. Do you think he should accept her invitation for a second debate? Do you think it's politically sound?
Politically sound only if Megyn Kelly has offered to moderate a debate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Megyn Kelly, I would think she would be great at moderating debate.
So if it is independent media, you can't even trust Fox. I mean, just think of Chris Wallace. Megyn Kelly was so furious at David Muir and that woman that he had sitting beside him that she said on her post-debate, because I tuned into her for a minute, and she said, David Muir has replaced Candy Crowley as the worst moderator.
I think that's really hard. I remember Chris Wallace.
Yeah, well, she didn't bring up Chris Wallace, but they were going crazy. Megyn was furious.
Yeah, I think I'm glad that she publicly threw out there her offer to moderate a debate, because I think that would be, I think she would be very solid. I think she would be very solid.
Yeah, she said she would be hard on both sides.
Okay, and that's what a good moderator should be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just thought I'd tell you that, and I will let you go.
Have a good night, Kimmy. Thank you so much.
It'll be fine. They won't even be talking about this debate in a week.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, okay. I think I'll give her. I think she's gonna get a slight bump for a week. But good night, Kimmy. Thank you.
Good night.
I'll take a couple more calls before I get on out of here. Take 1 or 2 more calls and then get on out of here. Denise, I feel bad that I cut Denise off when she called saying I spoke to you before. I hope he gets me to prep him.
Call from
Slidey Pie.
Slidey Pie.
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I just have to say I was kind of disappointed in Trump tonight. What do you think?
Look, maybe my expectations are too high, and it is easier to sit on the outside critiquing than it is when you're there in the fire. It's a whole different thing when you're there in the fire, facing down the moderator and your opponents, than when you're sitting outside and sitting here saying, "No, do this." I was very frustrated on that one question that he ducked around from instead of using it as a sledgehammer. I was he had an opportunity. That question about why you fought against the bill, the immigration bill. She said we had an immigration bill, and because he wanted this to remain a problem, that's why he went around calling senators to kill the bill. And David Muir asks him, "Why did you kill that bill?" And then all of a sudden, he starts going off talking about how immigration is so terrible, instead of actually answering the question. When answering the question, put him in a position where he could have said, I did do that. And the reason I did that which he can confirm or deny. We don't know if he did it or not, but if he did or not, he just could have gone in and said, this is what that bill had baked into it, that there's 1,400 people who are mandatory, must be allowed to cross the border every single day. That is 42,000 people a month. Over 12 months, that is literally 500,000 people that by illegal aliens that by law must be allowed to walk across our border, and that I, as president, would not have any right or ability to keep them from coming in here. And if I tried stopping them, that bill also called for for a lawsuit to be filed against me in the DC Circuit Court for them to tell me that I have no right to shut the border. So that bill was not designed to shut the border. It was designed to keep the border open forever. So that's what her policies do. They come in with a name like we're fixing the border, when really it's destroying the border forever, much like her Inflation Reduction Act only furthers to make more inflation. They come up with a bill, they give it a nice name that everyone supports, and then they implement policies underneath it which are disastrous. And that's why our country has been going down the toilet for the last 3.5 years. And you're welcome that I stopped her from being able to implement this one.
Yeah,
that's you just blow up everything she just said because she has no clue and no intention, no desire to shut the border. And that's how he could have literally eviscerated her on that. And instead, he just starts talking about how 170 countries are sending us illegal aliens, and now they're killing our people and eating our pets. It's like,
yeah,
it's just answer the question. Answer the question.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I mean, I've seen Trump do better before. And I don't know what happened tonight. He just seemed like he wasn't like his Trump self. I don't know what happened, but I was disappointed.
Yeah.
I expected him, I expected him to like have his funny little quips or something. I don't know. Maybe I just had too high of an expectation. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I was disappointed. I really thought he'd hit it out of the park, and I don't think he did.
He was okay. He was okay. But he was okay. I don't think it was disastrous. I think he was okay. But there was so many openings there for him to be dominant, and it was definitely not dominant. That's why I'm feeling frustrations tonight. And,
yeah, I agree with that assessment. I do. It's so frustrating. I don't know. My expectations were too high, and
this is why I tried tempering people who were expecting her to implode, because the last implosion we saw was Biden, and it was never going to be that bad. So it's like she's standing next to the ugliest girl at the prom, and that's what's making her look prettier than she is. You know what I'm saying? It's like the yardstick of comparison to the last Democrat standing in a debate is like, wow, she was phenomenal. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like she finished a sentence.
I know. I mean, she had a lot of words and a lot of lies, obviously.
Yeah.
And she didn't cackle tonight, did she?
No, she didn't. That's good. That's good. That's a good point. That's a great point, actually. She avoided that.
Yeah, she avoided the cackle. Probably she was told not to cackle. I guess. I don't know. But I don't know.
So Mike, I gotta let you go, but let me know real quick. Should he accept the invitation for a second debate? Yes or no?
Yes.
No matter where it is.
True. Yeah,
okay.
I agree.
I'm not making that as a statement. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah. No. I think they should debate again.
All right. Cool. Thank you, Slutty.
Yeah. All right.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Alex Jones just broke. Kamala was wearing a pearl earring. That's a low-key earpiece. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Let me see if I can pull that up. Alex Jones. This is such a fun night. It could have been more fun, yeah. But it's real Alex Jones. What's his name? Look at these earpieces that look like earrings. Looks a lot like what Kakan Kam was wearing. What do you think? I think she definitely had some help. I think she definitely had help. I'm not saying that was the earpiece. I definitely think she had help. It's funny. Does seem to have like a little hole there, right? Little hole there. Interesting. And her hair was covering her right ear. All right. Let's see. Why is this not clicking? Uh-oh. Can I get this? Give me a second. There we go. I'm thinking about checking in. I think I'm checking in on the. Should I check in on that Twitter space that I was invited to? I'm sure it's still going strong. Is this still going strong? Maybe I'm wrong. Might be able to get in on this one.
We have Tim Walz, who said Trump is a threat to democracy. He says, let me be very clear. This is a threat to democracy. It's the most treasonous thing you can do to undermine what was a fair and free election. 140 officers were hurt. Some were killed. This caused issues, referring to January 6th. RFK Jr. said we had moderators that were completely biased. And constantly fact-checking Donald Trump. And Trump specifically himself said, she's complaining, but she's not going to fix it. Why didn't she fix all the things she was complaining about in the 3.5 years that she was vice president? So there's a lot of comments going around X right now. Jared, I'll go through you. I have a question for you. Tonight
X
in the
is on
debate,
fire
I want to
now.
go over to Bricksuit because I know you were thumbs down until your thumb broke. Tonight in the debate, tonight I'm going to, Jared. Let me ask my question. Tonight in the debate, Kamala had a moment where she called for unity and discussed how she had a different vision for America. Having Tim Walz talk about Trump being a threat to democracy right after the debate, doesn't that run counter to that narrative, though?
No, I don't think it does. And let me go back to the poll, David. And the reason why I mentioned that is because I don't know if you knew before you mentioning that, but it was an X poll. Just like most Americans are not on Twitter at 12:25 a.m. in the morning discussing politics, they're not going to be deciding X. So with all the respect, I think that warrants a retraction. To your question on the anti-democracy argument, I think sure it does. We just heard Donald Trump. He couldn't give a coherent answer. The moderator asked 3 times, who do you want to win, Russia or Ukraine? Most level-headedness people are going to say, I want Ukraine to win. He did not say that. He was asked if you have any if you want to recorrect what you did when it came to January 6th. He did not say anything about that, right? So that's why Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is going to say he's anti-democracy, because he does anti-democracy shit, right? That's what he does.
Jared,
So
do you really think that people want to spend $200 billion propping up Ukraine? Do you really think that's what people want when millions of illegal immigrants
Jess,
and
I think that's
terrorists
a
are
different
streaming across
question.
the border?
No, Jess, I think you have right. By the way, sure, but Jess, he was not asked, "Do you want to aid Ukraine?" He was asked,
He's
"Who do
still
you want
sitting
to
here
win the
talking about
war?"
January
And he couldn't
6th.
give a
Who's still
coherent
thinking about
answer. So
January
that's what he
6th?
said, and now
Who's still
that's on the
thinking
record.
about
Oh,
this
come
stuff?
on. His answer was that he
Let
didn't
them
want
run
to
on
keep
January
dying,
6th.
dude.
Go run on
Sir, you have
January
4
6th.
minutes, so
Good luck with
calm
that.
down. That was
Good
a
luck with
different
that.
question. We can debate all day if we want the U.S. and U.S. allies to give money to Ukraine. That was not the question. The question was, do you want Ukraine to win the war in Eastern Europe? And he did not answer it. Also, the reason that
No,
we
he
see
did
Donald Trump
answer it.
in the
He
spin
said he
room
wants people to
tonight,
stop dying.
I think if you know anything about a spin
Oh my
room,
gosh.
you know it's not good for Donald Trump. When do presidential candidates, 30 minutes after they just did a debate, goes into a spin room? That
Jared,
has never
if I may,
happened.
Jared, if I may, and I appreciate you. That's Trump. He goes into spin rooms, he makes news, and that's what he does. But I want to welcome.
Well, David, he's done
hold on a
12
second.
debates.
Hold on
Hugo's
a
in there.
That's a
second.
mute point.
Hold
He's done
on
12
a second. I
debates,
want to
and
welcome.
he's never went in the spin room. So
I want to welcome Cenk Uygur, and I remembered how to say not C, it's with a J, to our honorary co-host spot tonight. Welcome. I know you've watched the debate. I know that you have a lot of things to say, and I know all of us are very interested to get your take. How do you think it went? How did Trump do? How did Kamala do? And welcome.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. So, look, my thesis a year ago.
Should I go in there and yell at
Biden is
Cenk
too
Uygur?
old and Trump is too crazy. In the first debate, Biden proved that he was too old, and in the second debate, Trump proved that he was too crazy. I think she dog walked him. If you're a Republican, you should have been screaming the whole time like Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. She just kept goading him and triggering him. And it's so interesting because like normally the right wing will say like, oh, you guys get triggered so easily. Man, get a load of a guy who gets triggered. Donald Trump was a triggered mess. So he fell for every trap. He got into eating dogs and cats and executing babies. And I won the election.
They are executing babies.
An epic disaster for him. So as one of our viewers put it, if you're still undecided after this, I don't know what gets you off the fence. So no, and remember, guys, after the first debate, I said epic disaster for Joe Biden, even when a lot of Democrats were still denying reality and saying stupid stuff like he had a cold. You've got to be in the reality-based world. Trump got annihilated tonight.
And hey, Sec, it's Jared here. Do you think we're going to see something different from Donald Trump's campaign? Because after this debate, going against the incumbent vice president, who, her poll numbers have been dismal for
Cenk Uygur.
I don't know
He's
how
a crazy
long.
leftist.
Do you think we're going to maybe
He's the
see
host of
Susie
Young
Wild get
Turks.
dropped like that? Because we know he has a history of firing attorneys and firing people. Do you think we're going to see some changement in the campaign?
Yeah, well, the problem is patient zero is Donald Trump. So, yeah, he might fire someone because he loves to do that. And by the way, when you're running a supposed populist campaign, constantly talking about how you love to fire people is not a great look. But anyways, he can fire anyone he likes. They're not the problem. He's the problem. So the new campaign manager will tell him the same things that she
I have
did,
to do it on my phone.
which is good, sound advice, which is, hey, don't sound like a sweaty tooth madman. And guys, you're a right wing out there. Look at what he could have done.
I'm making requests.
He could have talked about how, like, pre-COVID, I had a great economy. I had low unemployment. Things were good. You remember times were good back then. Times are not good now. Don't you want change? I'm the change candidate. Instead, he let Kamala Harris take the change candidate mantle from him, which is, again, an epic disaster because people want change. And so I'm a populist progressive. So I know my side wants change.
And a poll just came out saying 61% of people want change for the Biden administration. So if Trump talked about how it was good during his time and that they needed change at this point, his times are not good. And he stuck to those talking points as any decent campaign manager would have told him to do, and I'm sure that his campaign managers did do. He could have won this debate, but instead he couldn't help himself, and he walked into every conspiracy theory trap. And you have to remember, this is not us saying, like, it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what you think if you're knee deep or neck deep in politics.
I'm trying to get in there.
It matters what independents
I put a request up there.
It matters what people who don't know politics and are watching this debate to decide. Because if you already love Trump or you already love Kamala Harris or you made a decision to begrudgingly vote for one of them, you already know more.
That's me getting on. I'm on the panel
Where
now.
he was like, had the slumped shoulders. He was fantasizing about Kamala Harris leaving the debate.
So I made the panel.
Re-entering the race.
I agree with you, and this is going to be my final point. I agree. Political pundits and TV studios, political pundits and TV studios are not going to decide this election, right? So, I mean, forget that. Undecided voters are. In Pennsylvania, they're literally in the Commonwealth, and you have undecided people who watch this. And I agree with Jess. Most people don't watch the hour-and-a-half debate. They watch the first 30 minutes. And once Kamala Harris, I don't know if you guys caught on to it, but she tested him. And right when she made fun of his crowd sizes, he blew up and he did not know how to respond. That is not good for him, because now she's going to use that as her an attack dog. She's going to tell her surrogates to start doing the same thing for the next little less than 2 months.
Now Cenk, for you as well. Sarah's our co-host as well, and she is back up on the stage. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us this evening, Cenk. It's a pleasure to have you. I'm curious, you mentioned several points in which you thought Donald Trump did not do very well. We've had a panel full of people that I would say, quite frankly, would disagree with you. However, do you think that the debate was slanted in the moderation towards Kamala Harris, as many of our panelists have said this evening?
No. So thank you, Sarah, for the question. Thanks for saying nice words. When you were complaining about the moderators, you lost the debate. So the Democrats are doing after Biden, that's what Republicans do after every time they lose. And nobody was complaining about
I actually agree with that.
when Trump kicked Biden's ass. So
I actually agree with that.
I mean, these are like
When you're blaming the refs,
things, but everybody's in
when you're
their
blaming
own
the
world.
refs, that means you feel like you didn't, you lost.
I assume that you guys caught feelings over when like cats and dogs in Ohio. You it's totally made up. So I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings, but they aren't eating cats and dogs. It's just totally made up. So when you
Yes, they are.
complain about a fact check, you're not complaining about facts. You're complaining about facts. So some tough questions. Look, I saw like one of the questions was framed as Kamala Harris is saying this, but she hadn't quite said that. But it was a tough question directed towards Trump. So I'm not like oblivious to a couple of those instances. But they also asked her, you say you didn't change your values, but you changed policies.
This is
So
the best
how's that
audio I can give you.
and that's a very fair question and a very tough question. But the difference wasn't the questions. The difference was that she was prepared. She knew they were going to ask something along those lines, and she was prepared for it, and she had a very good answer for it. Donald Trump never does his homework, so he didn't prepare for their questions. He didn't prepare for her counterattacks, and that's why he fell into every trap, because totally, utterly unprepared as he always is.
If I play on browser, you won't. I mute my mic.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, there was an interesting
browser,
moment, at
mute
least
my
for
mic.
me, during the debate where they spoke about abortion. And Kamala Harris had asked him if he would veto a federal ban on abortion because J.D. Vance has been touting that, at least to the media. And Donald Trump very clearly said that he's never spoken to J.D. Vance about a federal ban on abortion. And then in the spin room later, during an interview, I believe it was by CNN, with JD Vance, he sort of sidestepped that issue. Donald Trump was unwilling to answer at the time of the debate whether he wanted to or whether he would veto a federal abortion ban. Did you see that as a little bit of dissent amongst JD Vance and Donald Trump?
So the abortion answers were super interesting. So, and Kamala Harris had a misstep in there too. So, first of all, saying you didn't talk to JD Vance about it is weird. Why is he saying you talked to him and have this position, and you're saying you didn't talk to him? So that doesn't look good. And then look, again, I know if you're a right winger and you saw Governor Northam's interview and they're talking about a terminally ill baby, you got it in your head that Democrats are doing abortion in the 10th trimester or whatever you guys think. No, there is no post-abortion, post-pregnancy or
That's not true. I'm going to refute him on that.
It's just it's nonsense. It's nonsense. On the other hand,
I'm going to refute him on that.
When they asked Kamala Harris, hey, he asked her very clearly, do you think that abortion should be legal in the 7th, 8th, and 9th month? She didn't answer it. And that's an easy answer. The answer is yes, it should be illegal in the 7th, 8th, and 9th months. That's a Roe v. Wade standard. That's what the overwhelming majority of Democrats
That's not what the Roe v.
say.
Wade standard says,
And
actually.
There was no need
Actually, it
not
does
to
say that
answer.
in Roe v. Wade.
And I think that was
As I
a
recall.
mistake on her
7th,
part.
8th, and 9th
And that
is
was
really
wrong.
the 3rd trimester.
So, but then when they asked him, would you veto a national ban? He didn't answer either. But to be fair to Trump, he's more stuck on that. If he says, yeah, I would veto a national ban, then the pro-life movement is going to be super pissed at him. If he says, I wouldn't veto a national ban, he's afraid he's going to lose because the country's 70% pro-choice. So, but that's a problem with his own position rather than the mechanics of the debate.
I was disappointed that Kamala did not answer the 7th, 8th, or 9th month. You're correct. That was a very easy answer, and she seemed to pass it over. And you're right about Donald Trump. He does put himself in a bit of a precarious position.
Yeah.
Can I refute what he just said about abortion there? Because
Can I say something real quick about the abortion thing, just to kind of throw that in? So that 7th, 8th, and 9th month, that's like less than 1% of all abortions, and women don't get those because they're carrying perfectly healthy pregnancies and wake up one day and say, "I'd like to get an abortion."
Who
it's
is this?
due to health of the mother or the fetus, and that's in
That's
line
not
with
true.
Roe v. Wade.
That's
and I'm
not
pretty
true.
sure that's what Harris has said in the past that she supports. So I don't really understand how that's a misstep.
I don't know who
No.
that is.
Look, I agree with you. That is the
I
correct
don't know who
position,
that is.
and I believe that's Kamala Harris's position.
Okay.
So she should have said that. Instead, she seemed to refuse to answer whether it should be illegal in the 7th, 8th, and 9th month. Maybe she was worried, if I get into nuance and say, except for the life of the mother, etc., then, but no, just give us a clear answer. Her actual policy position is overwhelmingly popular. She just should have stated it.
All right. I really need to refute these misstatements of law that both the moderators and Cenk are spreading here. Okay. And I just want to clarify what the law actually is in Minnesota, specifically, courtesy of Tim Walz. You're correct that you're not allowed to have an abortion in the 10th month and kill a baby a minute after it comes out. However, the law in Minnesota, as changed by Tim Walz, as it is in a handful of other states, is that if you have an attempted abortion at any time of the pregnancy, which in Minnesota you can have that in the 9th month, and during the attempt to abort the fetus comes out as a baby alive. Tim Walz has changed the law in Minnesota whereby you do not need to care for that child and you can leave that child to starve to death. That is the law in Minnesota right now. It's not a normal delivery that you're allowed to kill it afterwards, but if there's an attempted abortion, which is botched, and by botched, I mean the kid comes out alive instead of being killed inside the womb, that the mother and doctor have a right to say, we're not going to take care of this child. And if you don't consider that murder, if you don't think that that's heinous and disgusting, I don't know what to tell you. I think that most Americans are revolted by that. And when the moderators come out there and say there's no such thing as killing a baby after it's born. That's not true. It's not true in Minnesota, where Tim Walz passed it, and there are a handful of other states where that similarly is the right of the mother and doctor in the event of a botched abortion. Now, with that being said, I'm sitting here on the right side of the aisle, and I'll tell you right now, I don't think Trump won this. I don't think Trump won this debate. I don't think Kamala won this debate. I think that they both punched at each other. I think Trump came out much stronger than she did. She looked nervous and terrified, and she's swallowing. And when she got hit on the economy, she couldn't answer a question, and she looked like she was dying right there on the floor. And about 15 minutes in, once they got to abortion, she started getting her footing, and she kept her footing pretty well, being very aggressive against Donald Trump for the next 45 minutes, during which time, when he was getting hit, he had ability to punch her back and did not. And he should have, and he failed to end her campaign tonight, which I thought there were plenty of opportunities for him to do so. That doesn't mean that he had a terrible debate. I think the moderators, and I think that during the last half hour, I think he got stronger. And certainly the closing there, where he was basically pointing out the one thing that middle America actually cares about is, why didn't you fix this in the last 4 years? And that's the one question that Americans today, who I think even Cenk would admit, most Americans are dissatisfied with the state of their lives today, are sitting here wondering. You're sitting here talking about, I have a plan, which was certainly a talking point that she was hoping would be her I have a dream moment. And Trump did a masterful job of saying, I have a plan to take away, she has a plan to take away your guns. She has a plan, and mocking her with that, which was phenomenal, and stopping that from becoming her I have a dream moment. So I thought that was great work by him off the cuff. At the same time, I think that he hit her fairly strongly at the end, and he could have been stronger even still if he would have, instead of closing out by talking about how terrible she was, by basically pointing out that the last 4 years have been famine, and that when he was here, we feasted. And that's what Americans have to decide. Do you want 4 more years of famine, or do you want to bring me back and have feasting again? And if he closed with that, I think everyone would have said that he dominated her throughout this debate. But he didn't close on that high note, and I think that was a misstep on his point. When with the final word, and I'll let you all respond. With respect to the moderators, I think the moderators certainly were leaning her way. I think the questions were hard for both of them. And with respect to the questions, I think that their questions were actually very effective and good. I was actually pleased with the way they came after her with some tough questions, and they came after him with some tough questions. At the same time, they were fact checking him on things that were sometimes inaccurate with their fact checking, and that helped put him on the defensive and helped her out. And I'm wrapping up and just saying that they never fact checked her when she expressed a lot of ridiculousness.
I agree with you on that, but the statement you said that they fact checked them and it was inaccurate. What did they fact check?
The abortion thing that I started with was an inaccurate fact check that they made.
Ron DeSantis, of all people. Now, this is on X, on Marty's account. Ron DeSantis said fact checked Trump on things he was right on. He said there's different ways you can moderate. When CNN did the debate with Biden and Trump, I'll give Dana Bash and Jake Tapper credit. They asked questions that got out of the way, were substantive. They really weren't biased. For CNN, a lot of people were surprised. Tonight, they only asked follow-ups to Donald Trump to try to pin him down. They tried to fact check him, even on things he was right about. Some
I'm in Mario's space on a panel with Cenk Uygur.
They never fact checked Kamala Harris.
Mario,
she repeated the lies like Charlottesville's very fine people and other things. That's Ron DeSantis, who's not really, I guess, is a new ally of Trump's. Brooksuit, I want to go to you. I know you've had your hand up a while. What's your take? And because I know you were trying to respond when Cenk was given his synopsis of the evening, so I wanted to throw it over to you.
Well, actually, I was trying to respond a lot earlier when we were having that half-hour diatribe about 2020 and the room attendance dropped by 2,000 people. I think people are more interested in the debate than they are in that time frame. And one thing I did notice from Kamala tonight is she had one sequence of answers where I think it was just like hoax. I think Charlottesville was in there.
Yes.
I think she said that a policeman died on J6.
That's true.
That didn't happen. And I can't remember what the third one was, but I don't think she really put forth policies. by and large, she has done only one live interview since her candidacy was announced. And only in the last 3 days, I think, that they finally put up a policy page on her website. So, I don't think that people really got a strong look at her other than her very loud and noticeable swallowing and lip smacking at the beginning. It was kind of like Kamala ASMR or something like that.
I'm in an X room, yes.
So, I don't think that she won the debate. Maybe you could say she had a tactical success and that she's not out of the debate, out of the race. It's certainly she did not collapse entirely, but I don't think that I don't think that she won. And I really don't know that many people who are independents are going to gravitate towards her stance. If you were watching the debate, I think the visual cues, her body language were much worse. I don't think that she's for someone who wants to try and come across as like with a sympathetic message, she doesn't have a sympathetic visage.
No, I don't think
it's kind of like a vulture saying they want to be your mother.
No, he was saying earlier.
It's not an
I wasn't talking about
attractive
2020.
thing.
I didn't even mention 2020.
Oh yeah, okay.
Why, Rick? Well, why do you keep insulting her? What does that have to do with the debate? You keep saying
I'm speaking loud.
I'm speaking
I'm speaking.
Why do you keep insulting her?
I'm speaking.
I mean, talk about nonsense. You're just like Donald Trump.
Quiet, lad.
You dress like him. You look like him. You talk like him. Look at you. You probably are. Donald Trump did that. He called up the newspaper pretend he was somebody else.
Okay, I'm getting tired of this now.
Let's give Brick the opportunity
Reclaiming my time.
Point,
Reclaiming my
we can
time.
go to you, and obviously I want to see if Jen has a response first as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's insulting to say that I don't find her her visual mannerisms attractive. I don't think that's an insult. That's just a value-based judgment. Okay, I'm not insulting her. I actually said she did fairly well. I said she did well enough that she's not out of the campaign. How is that an insult? I don't think that's an insult. Pointing out that she reiterated the Charlottesville hoax.
I'm not talking about the lip smacking and the
Lev, you got to stop interrupting. Let him make his point. I promise you I'll go to you to make your counterpoint after Jen gets the opportunity to respond. Go ahead, Brick.
I invite you to listen to the first 10 minutes of debate and see that that sound was there, that I'm not inventing it.
She was lip smacking.
So basically all I want to say is that
I noticed it
I
also.
think that the debate had strong points for each side. And I do not think that independents who watch this, who are not politically involved, so this is what I'm talking about, not those of us who are in this knee deep or neck deep, as a hobby or a way of life or whatever we're doing right now. People who were just saying, hey, I haven't really decided the debates tonight, let's watch it. What do they come away with as Kamala's policies? I don't think it's there. Okay, she hasn't done a very good job of articulating those on the campaign path. As I said, it's only a few days ago they actually even put it up on her website. So I don't think people come away knowing this is what Kamala is going to do. I'm for that. I don't think that's the result of this debate. And because that didn't happen, I don't think you can say that she won. The best you can say is she survived.
And Jen, what do you think? What do you make of Brick's take? I mean, I know we heard your take earlier. Obviously, he's wearing a Brick suit, so that's the MAGA take. So,
So, look, there's legitimate critique of Kamala Harris. For example, in the first question they asked her, he says you're not better off than you were 4 years ago. So why is he wrong about that? And she never answered the question. So she did like a prepared opening statement and never got back to the question. So you can criticize her on that. You can say, hey, he doesn't have a healthcare plan, but wait a minute, does she? And so that's fine. So look, it doesn't do your side any good to pretend that your side won when they didn't, to pretend things are going well when they aren't.
I agree with him on this. He's right.
So, at Young Turks, obviously, we try to be as fair and honest as humanly possible. We hold both sides accountable, and I really don't like corporate Democrats, so it's easy. I don't have too much of a dog in the fight in that sense. But there is no baby has starved to death in Minnesota, so obviously we have a wildly different interpretation of that law. But again, as a person, if you're an independent or someone who hasn't made up their mind and you look at this debate, I'm going to guarantee you two now. It was not close. Trump got shellacked, and it's because of him. And look, and for Brick Suits, I don't care what he says about her appearance. I told you that he's got a problem with his appearance. He was pouting. He's got the slumped shoulders. He looked defeated. I don't mind those kind of comments. But if you're an average person, you're going to be shocked that he said that they're eating cats and dogs. You're going to be shocked at post-birth abortion because they've never heard that before because it's not real. It's literally never happened in America.
That's not true.
And so, and I know you guys think that it has, but you're only talking to MAGA. MAGA's already going to vote for Donald Trump. You're not going to win over centrists with this stuff. So, and then he went back to, because he's uncontrollable. He went back to, I won the 2020 election. Oh, people are so sick of that. And then saying that he's saying he lost by a whisker was sarcastic. We played the tape on the Young Turks right afterwards. It wasn't sarcastic. You all know it wasn't sarcastic. His campaign convinced him that he should get past it and say that he lost. He did, but he can't help himself. He went back.
I'm gonna watch my call. I'm gonna respond to that.
But finally, on the healthcare issue, okay, you got to critique. Hey, wait, what is their healthcare plan? I'm not sure I got that. Yeah, they lowered drug prices on insulin. That's great, except that's one out of tens of thousands of drugs. And I think these establishment Democrats run cover for the drug companies by, negotiating price on 1 to 10 drugs and leaving the other tens of thousands of drugs alone. But Trump didn't make that critique. He didn't make any of those substantive critiques. He went off the deep edge. And then on healthcare, I mean, when one of your main talking points is she doesn't have a plan and she doesn't have policies, which is what I've heard Republicans say continuously for the last month. And then they ask you, hey, brother, you said you want to repeal Obamacare and that you were working on your healthcare plan. It's been 9 years. So do you have your healthcare plan ready? And he says, well, I have the concept of a plan. That's it. You lost. Okay. You lost that issue. You lost the debate. You look unprepared, unprofessional. You got clowned.
In fairness, though, Cenk, do you think that the format of a 2-minute debate answers in any way, place, or form the type of vehicle where you could actually articulate a healthcare plan? I mean, that's like one of the most complicated type of things because there's so many different moving pieces in it. I don't think anybody can articulate a health plan in 2 minutes. I really don't.
He said he doesn't have one. Okay, so first of all, hold on. First of all, he doesn't have one, and he admitted it tonight. 2, I could do it in 30 seconds. Watch. Universal health care. Every single developed nation has it. They pay half of what we pay. We're just getting robbed by the middlemen of private health insurance. You should be able to have private health insurance to supplement on top, but we need to be like all other civilized nations. Right now, 68,000 Americans die every single year because they don't have health insurance. No other country allows their citizens to be killed at that rate. It's because of corporate rule. We're going to do universal health care, and we're going to get everyone health care coverage and save lives. Boom, I just did it. Not that hard. He's not prepared.
No, it actually is very hard, Cenk. I'll prove to you it's very hard. Because when
hold on. Take your turn because I'm waiting there. Go ahead, Cenk. Let Cenk finish. Go ahead, Cenk.
No, I was done. Yeah, I think addressing healthcare is in the context of a debate is easy. But one last thing I'll say about debates in general.
Why?
There's no crying in debates. There's no crying when Biden got annihilated. There's no crying when Trump got annihilated. So you can say, oh, the moderator is this, and 2 minutes isn't fair, etc. And I'm not saying, Bricksuit, that you were crying. I'm just saying, if you're Trump and you're Trump's team, when you start, whining about that kind of stuff, it means you lost.
I actually agree with that. I actually agree with that last point. That when you're
I'm not worried about that. I just have one last thing to say, and then you can move on to another hand. Another thing that I thought, just like the timing of the Taylor Swift endorsement, to me, kind of indicates that Democrats might have been a little soft on what their performance was. I don't know. I'm not saying that they're tied hand in glove and she got the call and said, hey, we need your endorsement tonight, drop it. It's kind of what it felt like. So there's going to be a post-debate bump. And, maybe there's a little bump in it from Taylor Swift, but nobody's going to talk about that. I think if you're the Democrats and you felt you won, then you have Taylor Swift come out next weekend or a couple days later and
that's
continue the momentum. But that's not what happened. They had her drop her endorsement tonight. And to me, that seemed coordinated. I'm not saying it is, but it seemed that way.
I think that
I could tell you guys this. You could talk about Taylor Swift, you could talk about all this thing, but what Cenk said that I think was extremely important was the healthcare issue, because not only did he look unprepared, but let's not forget, when he was president for 4 years, that was his main mission. One of the things he ran on was to do away with Obamacare. And while he was president for 4 years, he kept promising the country that he's rolling out a health plan. He kept promising. And today, to get up there and to say that we're still working on it 9 years later, I think that's going to have the biggest effect out of this whole thing, because people really saw that he has no idea what he's doing and what he's planning on doing.
Yeah, I think healthcare is like issue number 7 on people's minds today. It's an issue, but it's issue number 7 in people's minds. And number 1, 2, and 3 are the economy, and number 4, 5, and 6 are the border. But I do think that Cenk is correct. If you're whining about the refs, that means you lost. No one whines about the refs when they win. I think that's correct, and I think that it's a sign that certain people are concerned. Certain people on Trump's side are concerned about how tonight went. I'll tell you that I agree with Bricksuit that Taylor Swift coming out tonight, that certainly was not her own independent decision. Someone told her to come out with that announcement tonight because everyone knew where she was going. I also think the fact that she asked for a debate 10 seconds after this one ended is not a sign that she won. If she felt like she won, what Democrats always do before they do anything is they poll and see what do people think we should do before they actually come out and make a decision. And she's coming out 10 seconds after this debate and looking to have a second debate. To me, that sounds like she's looking for a second crack at the apple. And she feels like maybe I can step up and stay in the ring with him, and I'll win more voters over. And frankly, I think he should accept it. I think he should say, look, we had the first one on your turf. The next one, let's go with Megyn Kelly and have her be the moderator. She's been the moderator in the past. She'll be the moderator on this one. And I think that he should take her up on that offer. But Trent, I can prove to you that your response about saying universal health care is not an intelligent response for any candidate to say in a debate. And the proof is that Kamala Harris herself, who said universal health care over and over again, when she was given the opportunity to say that tonight, she didn't take it because she knows what a terrible, terrible idea that is to actually say in a national debate. You still think it works. You still think that's what America wants because you look at polls which say, hey, if we give you health care for free and don't talk about how much it's going to cost you in your taxes, then people are very excited to have it for free. And you're correct. That's true. But in reality, when you talk about universal health care, it means jacking up your taxes. And no one wants to pay. No one wants to use their taxes to buy universal health care. And that's why it's not nearly as popular as you continually tell your audience. And Kamala Harris's team knows this, which is why she's done a complete 180 on the whole universal health care thing. And when pressed about it, refused to and said, no universal health care, even though that's what she basically launched her whole career on. So it's not an easy thing for anyone to break down in 30 seconds if they want to have any chance of winning a debate. Unfortunately, if you're good with getting only 5% of the vote, you can go out there and say universal health care. If you want to win, everyone knows you can't say that.
I want to welcome.
I said that because he got 5% of the vote.
Polls at over 70%. So the reason she's not in favor of it is because her donors hate it, and she's a corporate Democrat. So otherwise, it's a layup. But we can agree to disagree. But you can look up the polling.
I want to welcome Nicholas Fuentes, host of America First.
Oh, for
Nicholas
freak's
Fuentes.
sake.
What is your take on
Nick
the
Fuentes.
debate tonight? I'm sure you watched it. I'm sure you have an opinion how you think it
Guys, I got to run.
He doesn't want to stay with Nick Fuentes.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
He doesn't want to stay with Nick Fuentes.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
I don't blame him.
Damn, that's crazy.
He's a crazy Jew, Heather.
That's crazy. Bro got the call. Well, to answer your question about the debate, I did watch it. I loved it. And as you know, or maybe you know, I've been very critical of Trump for the past several months. I think it's obvious that campaign leadership has taken the campaign in a bit of a different direction, at least with rhetoric and style, arguably around May or June. Beginning of the year, he was talking about immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, and he's going to be their retribution. And sometime around May or June, I think at the end of the primary, conventional wisdom is you run to the middle And so I think, even in his performance with Biden in June, he was very subdued, very laid back. But tonight came out swinging. This is classic Trump. Corey Lewandowski came back into the fold with some of the other 2016 personnel a few weeks ago. Trump's been polling his rally audiences saying, hey, should I go in and do personal attacks? My geniuses, La Savita and Wiles, don't want me to do it. And he did, and I don't know if that was the playbook. I think that maybe he got goaded into that because Kamala came for the crowd sizes. And I think he saw red. That's his Roman Empire. She came in and said, people are bored at your rallies. And they go, well, would you like to respond? He goes, wait, I got to talk about the rally.
And he was goaded. He was baited there. It's true.
So I think it's classic Trump. The other thing, so stylistically, he's very bold, very aggressive, far more aggressive in this debate than he was back in June. Personal attacks. Which again, since the convention, he said he's not going to do that as much. New York Times commented on it the day after, but he went all in on that. Very intense, very hot. And the other thing is the focus was all on immigration. At least for the first hour of the debate, everything circled back to immigration. And I'm a big immigration restrictionist. I've been very critical of Trump, when he talks about he's in favor of legal immigration, green cards being stapled to diplomas. So to hear him go really hard on immigration was great. So I thought this was classic Trump. And I know a lot of typical Republicans aren't going to like it. Fox News said it was a bad night. Frank Luntz hated it. Usual suspects hated it. I thought as a member of Trump's base who's been a little bit disillusioned lately, I thought it was a great return to form, and I'd like to see. I thought, it was messy, sloppy, it wasn't perfect. I think he probably overdid it. I think he overheated a little bit, but I think it's much needed energy. It was very dynamic, and I think it's a nice change of pace from what we've seen over the past few months. So that's my take.
Nick, what do you make of the poll?
I think they're going to get mad at me if I
There's
keep
a lot
jumping in.
on this space and in other spaces, on other parts of Twitter. There's back and forth about, or X. It's late. There's discussion of, Kamala did okay. She did what she had to do. She won, and the poly market was betting on it, and the spread tightened up. But then polling from even C-SPAN had it look like Trump was winning at 70% to 30%. So it seems as the middle chunk, or at least the non-committed,
it really depends.
Saw that debate totally different.
It depends on who you're
either
polling.
of the camps did. Now, I understand your point that Trump was being Trump, and whether that was a Corey
it really depends on
or just,
who you're polling,
or just the
that's whether you're getting an accurate result.
But do you think it was based on policies that makes a C-SPAN poll look like 70-30, or was it Kamala's performance? What's your take?
I think it was performance. Look, the thing is, Biden was the best candidate that the Democrats could put up. They couldn't have him after that debate. He was never going to recover from that because his mental condition is only going to get worse. It was just never going to work. But Biden, the similarities between him and Trump are remarkable. I mean, first of all, he's a white male, which that's not the Democratic Party right now. That's why they have to bring in Tim Walz. He's now like the token white guy with the camo hat, but Biden was it was plausible enough that they passed him off as this rough around the edges Irish Catholic from a working class town in the Rust Belt, Scranton, Pennsylvania. That was plausible.
Yeah. Okay. I left. All right. Whew. Well, that was fun. They did. What do you mean they ripped me in, James? I think I did well. I think I was good. Yeah, I mean, Mario's team hasn't invited me in a while. I've been saying no a lot, missing out. So I think they just stopped asking me. But they brought me in pretty fast. Swift thing is simple. They're trying to paint a narrative. A blowout Swift endorsement will give Kamala small bumps. They want to pair that with what might be a small debate bump at best and claim she's surging. Yeah, I think that's true. Thank you for the for the 20. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Anyway, I don't love spaces too much to leave. I left. Let me make sure before I get on out of here that I haven't missed anything. Denise saying, did he not bring his A game on purpose to get her to ask for another debate? I don't think so. I think he was doing his best. I think he was doing his best. I think he was doing his best. All right. That's my show for tonight. This was a fun night all around. I'm going to try and have a local spaces tomorrow, but no promises. That's a goodlogic.locals.com. If you're here, please like and subscribe. Do all that good stuff. Drop comments. Tell everyone how you're so lucky that you watched here instead of somewhere else where the commentary clearly would have been less great. Maybe great, but just a little less great. And that's awesome. Anyway, stay away from lab meat. Don't eat the bugs. Have a good night, my friends. And as always, Godspeed.